get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bought today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you bought today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Bada 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 bada. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo. Kudileo. Tunto Spoon, to get your information. Tunto Spoon, to be
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just Tunto Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just Tunto Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat kepan, congratulate my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bought today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you bought today?
Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Toto Spoon to get your information. Toto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon Radio Station. Spoon Television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. George James on the beat.
Toto Spoon to get your information. Toto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Okay. Pleasant good evening and welcome to yet another very fascinating edition of the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1. We're also coming to you live on our various social media platforms. We're live on Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Super TV Live, and via our YouTube channel. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, we'd like to say you are wholeheartedly welcome. And of course, this is your most preferred nighttime show from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. The Spoon Talk has returned to inform you about everything newsworthy that is happening in Liberia. So you want to invite someone to listen or view along as we go on with the show. This evening, I like to say Merry Christmas and happy prosperous New Year to come to all of you. I know yesterday everybody was in our celebratory mood, celebrating the Christmas in different ways. Some people spend time to there are various places of worship. Some people celebrate it at home. Some people at entertainment center, and in so many ways. The celebration was done on yesterday. But all in all, we like to say Merry Christmas and a happy, prosperous New Year to come. So the Spoon Talk is back here once more to continue what it has been doing for the past years, to inform you, to provide you educative analysis about what's unfolding in Liberia. My name is Yekezi Zobel this evening. I am sitting in as your producer. So let's have a wonderful time together. So shortly, as we are with the CEO and his team of panelists, we will be opening the lines. And I would like to make it clear that we are in opening the lines, for the back of rice pipers, as it has been over the past days now. Yes, because I think the station has gotten the number of people needed for the rice distribution. So we just open the line so that you can call and have a say. What do you make of some of the trending happenings in Liberia currently? So that's why we be opening the lines for. Okay, so welcome and let's have a wonderful time together. And just to delve into some of the trending issues in in the country. So one of the trending issue is, and one of the issues that everybody's been talking about and condemning the president of the republic uh, about has to do with his recent statement in Lofa County. So on Sunday, December 22, President Bouaka delivered an address during the 60th anniversary commemoration of Bong, Grandjile, Lofa, and Nimba counties acquiring county status. And in his speech, the president made a shocking statement, which can be compared with a statement made by Nathaniel McGill, then under the administration of the former president George Manweer. And this is what he said in a quote. He said, so we want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money. I beg, the money should be used to bless our people. All right. So this statement is being criticized across the length and breadth of Liberia. We've opened phone lines. We've listened to opinions of people, Liberians, about this statement, and they've drawn comparison of this statement to that of Nathaniel McGill comments on the regime of President George Weah, that those who are corrupt, that at a certain point in time he was accused of corruption, but he said, they are investing their corrupt money here in Liberia. Okay, so and the president made similar statement for which he's been criticized heavily about currently. However, the executive mansion has made some clarification about this statement. According to the executive mansion, contrary to recent claims that President Bouaka's remarks were not an endorsement of corruption, but a clear denunciation of the corruption. And according to the executive mansion, the president's remark was a call for integrity in public service and judicious use of public resources. That's the clarification that the executive mansion provided, made towards this statement made by the president in Lofa County. Okay, but also this morning at the Samuel Scracker Funeral Home, former President George Weah was moved to tears as he viewed the body of the late Adrian Mariel Hoff, former Deputy Managing Director, Director General of the Liberia Petroleum Refining Company, the LPRC, under his regime. So Mr. Adrian Mariel Hoff died some weeks ago, and his funeral was on today, and that event was graced by top government officials, especially from the previous regime. And the former president, was moved to tears after seeing the corpse of his late subordinate. And also the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has expressed deep sorrow over the tragic murder of Princess Zuo. Princess Zuo was a young, promising woman who was reportedly killed by her ex-boyfriend. But speaking to the issue, Gender Minister Honorable Bemi Harris Colley emphasized the need for stronger protections for women and girls, condemning the act and calling for swift investigation into the matter and calling for justice for Princess. The ministry acknowledged the alarming prevalence of gender-based violence in Liberia, especially in Montserrat County, and globally, with statistics showing that 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Yeah. So most of you may at about this time know the story of Princess Zul, who was reportedly killed by her ex-boyfriend. You know, because she decided to terminate the relationship and move on with her life. And apparently, the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend, was still interested in the relationship, but she was not interested at all, and she was probably bent on moving on. And unfortunately, the boyfriend could not bear losing her, so he just decided to take her life away. Yeah, so the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Gender Social Protection is calling for a swift investigation into that matter. Plus, several other issues in the country. On Christmas Day, we also saw a video from 72nd where it was reported that a young man reportedly killed his father because his father failed to give him Christmas. Yeah. Is a story that we are still following up to bring you accurate details about. But folks, in the meantime, between time, we open the line so that we can hear you. What's on your minds? Call us on 0777 771 077 Again, we'd like to say welcome to all of you watching the show. We soon be joined by the CEO and the rest of his panelists. So call us on 0777 771 075 Let's go to the lines and hear from Liberians this evening. Good evening, your name and where you join us from. Hello? Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
I say my name is Malopo Gisi.
Malapu, how you
Yeah.
doing? Let's hear you.
What I want to say is that
Hmm.
people are just misquoting this party here. And I know the party will do best for us. If
Oh,
any
okay.
other person see that the party doing the wrong thing, they were there, they never do it for us. So I know that the party will do the best for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Malapu. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
How are you, sir? Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say belated Christmas and happy New Year to everyone. My name is Darius Pawan. I come from Pusher Island.
Let's hear you, sir.
So the issue of the president's statement, I think the president was somehow clearer, but everybody is right to speculate. But if you say to those of you who want to me corrupt, I beg you, please don't be corrupt. I think that's what the president meant. So I think it's clear. I beg you, please don't be corrupt, but let's use the money.
That's not what the president said. This is what the president said exactly. He said, so we want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money. I beg the money should be used to bless our people. That's what the president said exactly.
Yeah, at that point, I beg, I beg, don't be corrupt. That's how I understand it. I think it's clear. I beg.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you're
That's
trying
your
to
understanding.
discourage them not
Thank
to
you.
be corrupt, or to be, faithful and use the resources to bless the people. I think that I understand that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello.
Oh,
Good evening. Your name and where you join us from.
yeah, my name is Martha Johnson. I'm calling from Carwell, New Jersey.
Martha Johnson. Let's hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm so glad to be on this particular radio station because I always try. This is my lovely radio station.
Okay.
I want to make comment respectfully.
Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to President Boakai, and we say God thank you for the country for peace and stability in our country now. All my mind have to do with celebrating Christmas.
Mm.
Yes, Liberia has changed the mentality of celebrating Christmas. What am I trying to see? I'm appealing to President Bouaka
Mm.
as a mother of 6 children. Please, President Bouaka, if you can put that law, we will be satisfied. Not everybody will be satisfied, but they will come to what we're saying. Asking, recently, Christmas Day, leave our children to go in the street on their own. Go in the street, monitor the children's life. See the way they celebrate Christmas. Didn't we
Okay.
say that we are Christian in this nation? But then we lose our children out. Christmas, go out. You go in the club, you see children. You go in the bar, you see children.
Thank you.
You even go to the places that you don't expect to be, you meet them there.
Thank you. Others are on the line, but let me welcome the CEO and Dr. Richardson. Welcome to the show.
Yekezi, they said Diamond Slanger. Is that your name?
Oh, I'm just seeing that.
Wow. I didn't know you guys were twins. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Merry Christmas. How are
Dr.
you
Richardson,
doing?
you got what? SP? What's that behind you?
Spoon.
Oh no, it's not on your door though. I see something like spoon on your door, but maybe it's
That's
not
spoon
you,
on
right?
the door.
That spoon door?
Mm-hmm.
No,
I like
it cannot
spoon.
be. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Richardson. We don't know where you are, but that's okay.
That's
Greetings
good.
to you.
Thank you.
Greetings.
How you doing?
Merry
How's your
Christmas again.
How's your Christmas?
We are blessed. Thank God. All is well. All is well.
That's,
We're blessed. You know,
that's
it's good to see everybody bouncing back. Christmas is over. We are happy. And now we're
great.
talking about New Year.
Why are you happy? Because you have a buy gift for everybody?
Yeah, I'm happy because Christmas is over.
Okay.
I'm happy because we are all thinking in 5 days we'll be in New Year by the grace of God.
That's true.
I'm happy because some people in America celebrating Christmas, while some people in Liberia celebrating Christmas. I'm happy. Megan talk. Oh, we send a shout out to everyone. Yekezi Ma Ima. We want to say, Yekezi, thank you very much for producing. Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you. It's going to be a beautiful show today. You know, after eating all the jollof rice, all the potatoes green, the pepper soup, the fufu, and you know, the shrimp and lo mein, the pizza, the chicken wing, and everything. We here again. Our people want people. Share the show, invite somebody, tell them that Jesus loves you. Come and join Spoon Talk. Let's talk. Let's have this Spoon Talk. Whatever you find yourself, as we enter the new year, new thing, new beginning. Those of you that go into the gym to exercise and lose weight, God bless you. Those of you that want to gain weight, God bless you. Like me, I want to gain weight. I want to be big like Fadiga.
Every day, New Year resolution.
I want to be big like Fadiga, Dr. Richardson. I want to be having big stomach and just big like Fadiga. That's what I want. I don't know, Dr. Richardson, why you think I'm not. Why?
I got no comment, okay? You're not funny today.
But
You're
Dr.
not
Richardson,
funny.
and I hear myself, yeah, we started the show early. Why you get
We
comment?
gotta end the new year on a good note and start you gotta end the old year on a good note and start the new year on a good note.
But Dr. Richardson, I fail. I say I want to be big like Fadiga. Then you say you are saying get no comment. Because Fadiga is big. I want to be like Fadiga, you know? I'm trying to find my picture and pull up. Fadiga's stomach alone can take 25 kg back or rest.
What?
You can put a whole 25 kg in our back stomach. But look at me, Dr. Richardson. Look, man, look at me.
You can
But
exercise?
anyway, huh?
You can exercise?
I can try, at least I can try small, you know, go there, run around. And, you know.
Yeah, I'm interested in knowing everybody's New Year's resolution if they're gonna be going to
I
the
don't
gym.
have one, man, Dr. Richardson. That thing I've lied. Who can keep that thing? After 2 weeks, that thing gone.
That's so true.
After
That's
2 weeks,
true.
it's gone. Who can keep it?
That's so true.
Asana Dori, Tamba, Augustine Tamba. LRB Auto Salvage, Tippos Dempster, Lau Cohen, Felix Augustus Walker, Moha Kuhn, Augustine Gonga, Akaros Morris, Jatu Kennedy, Boyman Passawi, Pakat Jara, Abraham Amara Dona, Sam Rene Siafa, Richie SG Mamo, Seku Mbasakwe, Edison Diako Salari, Sapo, Daniel Buzizi Junior Duade, Abraham Amara Donald is watching. Bidel, it's good to see you, Bidel. Kwaspas, the name is Vitor Gasai, Senezor. We bring it. Listen, folks, every one of you that are joining us, share the show. Share the show. Let's have a great conversation. Today, Christmas over for this year. We come back next year to celebrate a great Christmas. By the grace of God, we want to say thank God for you. At least you have something to eat. Some way, somehow, God provided for you. And we are grateful. We are, seriously. Joseph Cooper is good to have you. Lahi Kroman is good to have you. Sarah is good to have you. Louis Smith is good to have you. Augustine Talley is good. Vavi Dukley. Ambassador George Wisset. Sam Davis Sayon. One Sekou Donso. Dr. Richardson, can you call some names?
Where are we?
Can you call it in the Liberian way, please?
Depending on how we are told. Our top call Yellow is here. Obadiah, the thing going fast is Zondo. He says, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Mr. Spoon. Jackson K. Miller is from New Georgia Road. It's going so fast. Barney Augustus, he's watching from Painesville. Sarah Johnson she says, good afternoon, guys. Daniel Echo. I gotta get my glasses or something.
You were
Oh my goodness. Apple Ken is here. Look, since I can't see this thing right. I don't have my glasses.
You can see the thing. What do you mean? Just go for the last one and just call it Amara Conan. Valigi Brown, Fumba Renee.
Pierre Johnson, William Thomas is here. Pierre Alvin, Fumba Renee. Kroma, I don't know how to say a last name, Kroma. That's a long last name there. Victor V. Gassini is here. Vali Sion is also here. Watson K. Kwa is here. Princess Khan is here. Nancy Walker is also watching. So that's good enough, Sandra. What's up? I think everybody just want to welcome you to the show, man. You guys have great audience. We like to
Pierre Campbell. You want to welcome Pierre Campbell?
Peter Campbell, welcome. I see that name.
No Roof Badet. Shehan and Alfonso Gonga, Andrew Yokwe, Abraham Cohn, Comber, I don't know Comber Nekam, James Magia. I want to welcome over Archibald Bender. So again, cleaners say, I say come early so we can go early, then cleaners stay in the back. I want to say, listen, guys, today is the one day after Christmas, New Year coming. A shout out to everybody. People that send me shout out today, I send a shout out to some good people, and I will recognize you. I want to say it's a good thing that we are here to celebrate again another year as we march majestically. Dr. Richardson, into the 2025. Into 2025. Anything stand our way by fire, by force, we remove you in the name of Jesus, because we must and we will enter into 2025 in Jesus' name. I want to say to you, Dr. Richardson, thank you for joining us. 4 p.m. here in New Jersey, 9 p.m. where you are, Dr. Richardson in Liberia, and 4 p.m.
Be laughing at your own jokes. Amusing yourself. Just be amusing yourself.
Peter.
Is Dr. Richardson in Liberia?
No, I didn't say so. I just said for my time it's 4 p.m. here, and I'm saying that the waitress in the YJ, the clock behind us said 9 p.m. in Liberia, so that's what I'm looking at. That's what I can see.
You see this, no clap behind me.
Ah man, what a day! God bless you all, and thank you for joining us. Share our show. Let's have fun.
Sister, how you
Listen,
doing? Yeah. How are you? You in your
I'm
office
fine,
now?
Dr. Richardson. No, actually, I'm tired. I'm not, I'm not working the last few days on the holiday, and I'm just tired of the drive to go sit in the office.
That's okay. Yeah, you also take a
Yeah,
break. You
when when the
deserve
when the
one.
when the kids come home,
You
then
might hear it. It's okay. I'm used to it.
yeah,
I don't
I
have
think
children.
after the new year, I'll be back in the office.
Sorry. It's good having you here today.
but let me ask you a question though. So, for the sake of our audience, right, Clinton, tell us what kind of lawyer you are. I mean, they say you're a lawyer, you're a counselor at law, you're the attorney general in the country. Talk to us about what you do. Seriously, let the people hear you. For us not to call you or accident
Why you
lawyer,
pressing for
just
to have
bypass
What
lawyer.
the is actually a lawyer thing? Oh my
That's why
goodness!
I want you to sell yourself direct that to Richardson.
Yeah,
What
you
the
saw your accident because you never asked me to sell myself. You spend the
what?
entire
Hey
Oh
God,
yeah, okay. Now you
hey
got
God.
that.
Who
Well,
don't know that you are Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Clinton. Let me
okay,
hear
so
you.
first thing on this consular and attorney at law thing is a Liberia thing, right? So there's in Liberia we have your first 3 years you're an attorney at law, and then after your first three, I think five, actually not three, five. So when you pass the bar and get a lesson, you're an attorney at law for 5 years, and then you take the Supreme Court bar and becomes counselor at law. In the U.S.,
Oh,
we don't have that. So when you get admitted to practice, especially here in Massachusetts, you get admitted to practice as an attorney, and by virtue,
the bar. Did
that,
you pass the bar?
oh yeah, I'm practice. Yeah.
Okay.
He's practicing, so he passed it by.
Well, I don't
So,
know. You be
oh, you
practicing.
know, okay. So by virtue of that, you're a counselor. So when you read on your admission certificate from the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, it says admitted to practice as an attorney and by virtue a counselor of law. So we're both,
Congratulations.
yeah. Isn't it like
Impressive.
you have to have
That's more castle.
yeah.
But but let me ask a question. So the
So
person saying you
okay.
so the person saying you're a female lawyer.
Oh God. I don't know that other one there. What do you mean by that?
You
No,
wouldn't
man.
represent a female.
The spoon talk comment section will get you. But this is what I
Yeah.
do. Um, I am also licensed to practice in Liberia. Actually, I that was the first place I got lessons. After I left law school, I went to Liberia and I got lessons in Liberia first. Love Liberia, and between
Which
2018
law school did you
2020,
go to? Do you mind me asking you?
Massachusetts School of Law is somewhere in Massachusetts, in a city called Andover. Yeah, so
Love
yeah,
it.
so I spent about 4 years in Liberia after law school. Of course, the rest is history. Came back to the U.S. and started to go into practice. Of course, when I was in Liberia, I didn't do a lot of legal work. Of course, I did government work. But that's it. So what do I do now, Mr. Witherspoon? Primarily criminal defense and immigration. Um,
Oh,
80%, 80% of the criminal defense I do is through the state. So few private clients, 80% is through the state, through the bar advocate program here in Massachusetts. So the I'm a private attorney contractor with the state of Massachusetts through the bar
okay.
advocate.
So hold on 1 minute. So let's make sure that Steven Johnson is listening, right? And those other people.
Steven,
Seriously.
look, nobody gives me more high time than Steven. Steven give me a lot of high time. Don't mind, he let my baby. When he see me, he can be all excited.
That whole wash, as
Yeah,
you can say.
but yeah, that he think he got two
You know,
years
every day
waiting.
that the
After
Richardson
that,
says she have to leave early. That Richardson, why you leaving early today again?
Because I'm
Every day
tired.
you say you have to leave early. You
I'm
comfortably
tired.
where you are, just let hang out. You know, that's after let hang out, relax. It will be okay. You can tell Mr. Abraham
But,
Richardson that it will be fine.
but when were we leaving today? Either way, I just texted Stender. Stender said you have to come on early. Come on, let's do the thing quick. And then when you come on, you start to shoot for it and start 8 o'clock. I'm like, what are you saying? Come early.
The topics keep running in and running on.
Topic, right? That's the topic. That's the thing. So when
Topics
people
keep
come on, then we
running in,
have
running
to.
on.
Uncle Sam
Sometimes
gonna Uncle Sam gonna come and talk about himself, his wedding are coming up. Uncle Sam charging everybody 5,000 each for that wedding. I don't know why you're gonna charge people 5,000 each
don't charge him.
for a
Nobody
wedding.
He didn't
Uncle
think
Sam did.
that.
Uncle Sam did. And Uncle Sam charging everybody 5,000. And I want to send a birthday greeting to Edwina Zagba, the former chairperson of LTA. Birthday greeting to her. Again, we will celebrate that birthday in Grand Style. Those of us that are long distance, we want to say happy birthday to Edwina Zagba. And I want to say to you, so now you guys know that our brother Gamade is from Grand Bassa. Gamade is from Grand Bassa, you know that. River says somewhere around the Bassa line. Where you from?
No. So I'm from Riverside. My parents are from Riverside.
But why you say no? And I say
He's
Bassa.
from Grand Bassa. Riverside and Grand Bassa are separated now. They are no more the same.
My member from the Bassa line, how you do this?
Of course, from the Bassa line, but they're two different counties now. Like when I went to Liberia, I had the option of out of the Bassa bar, the Riverside bar. I chose the Riverside bar, and so for the first time, I went to see Riverside County. As part of Liberian procedure, you have to go in your county of origin to get lessons. So I saw Riverside for the first time. Actually, my practice is named after Cestus Sadie, right? So I named it Cestus Law after Cestus. I love what I saw there, and
is that your own practice, though?
Yeah. It's my own practice. I got tired working for people.
Let me ask you. So today you are at the bank. What were you doing at the bank today?
Oh man, not plenty of money, man. I just want to get you still stand on. You can't still not get anything. You still not yet. He was
at the bank today making a deposit. I heard the amount when the teller asked, sir, how much are you depositing? The money they bought up. My head was hurting. I said, is that wait, but that check came from one of your clients or it came from an accident case? That money you call, man, it's like 6-7 figures. Just after Christmas.
You gotta send me more clients. I need money. Send the clients. I need money. The immigration case.
Send your flyer. Let's post it. Send your flyer. Like we did that to Richardson. Let's post your flyer. And a lot of people will come your way. And I know the radio station will get a 20% for each client we send you. So once you give you the
the
radio station, did he give him 20%?
Did I give him 20%?
Yeah.
Every day for 3-4 hours. That's 20% of my time.
She finished paying a spoon bag of 4 hours a day.
I mean, that originally is a champion, and she owned the network. Like I always said, that Richardson owned this network. All that thing you see in the chat room, I mean that Richardson. Decision, she part of the board, and all this thing is all that Richardson. So we appreciate that Richardson, though. Seriously, she's one of the individual that we can go to bed sign when we talk about Spoon Talk. No wahala. Now that as a vibe, he was for or against. He was UPP, CDC. Now he for CDC because he get consultancy money from Mo Ali, so he supported UP and all these different mixed feeling. That Richardson for you is for you. If that Richardson stick with 1%, she stick with 1%. No matter what you say, that 1% she will carry on. No if and a but. And that Richardson got stuck up with Musa Benete. Nobody can take her from Musa Benete. She with Musa Benete all through. And and that's the kind of champion you need, So I want to say it's a good thing.
Dr. Richardson. Wow.
So, Clinton, can you elaborate to our public what criminal law, type of criminal law you practice? I know there's like, burglary, assault cases. Do you do those types? Murder, what have you?
So I haven't done any murder case
I mean,
yet.
yeah, don't just some of the ones that you do,
I haven't done any
basically.
murder case yet, but
Do you
generally,
want
like
us to see your wall photo or you want us to see you? Because the camera is mainly on, we just see your head. Man, make
okay.
some adjustment now. What are you trying to show? That you get a design, multi-million
So this
dollar.
is better. This is better because then now you might get full of trouble. This is better. Yeah.
You never, Clinton, answer me this question too, yeah. You never know until you become a panelist on school. People just think, oh, it's easy and stuff like that, but to deal with the moderator with God, that's not easy, right?
You gotta deal with the moderator. You gotta deal with the audience and everybody else.
Yeah.
It's tough being a panelist on Spoon.
Yeah.
Let me get
We
into
don't
the
have, we
show.
don't have impromptu. I mean, the show, we don't have like moments where you know what the moderator or another panelist is going to say. It's all impromptu conversation.
So is you know why you do this? You do this because at the Richardson, you want to have a fair and balanced conversation. So
Yeah.
let me say this. I got this breaking news from one of the ministry.
Hmm.
Money that live in that ministry, Tata Richardson. I'm talking about on Christmas Day. I got a whole information. I cannot put it in our chat room because we got Mo Ali and Steven Johnson and everybody else in that chat room. I will tell you Clinton today. But since President Bouaka declared and legalized corruption in the country, these guys they're stealing seriously. And I was happy when the president came back to make a clarification. But to me, whether he slipped or whether he was actually legalizing corruption, they still need to do more. One of the ministry, Dr. Richardson, the document I have in my possession, if the president mean business, he will refer that person to LACC or LCAA, Liberal Anti-Corruption, LACC, and he will suspend that person. Because it's not the first time that person name coming up in massive corruption. These guys, they are bad people. Now, here's the issue, folks. I know you're sharing the show and we'll have a beautiful show. I cannot send the information to anyone because I have reached to a place I don't trust anybody in the government anymore. They come up for each other. So the only place I would do it is on Spoon Talk. I would do it on Spoon Talk and then they can go talk their own. Then the Liberian people will decide. I have sent documents to people in this government. And you know what they did? That Richardson? They take the document and go to the place I sent and say, but Haston don't get the document.
Yeah.
You investigate. They are not investigating the people that are stealing. They're investigating Haston don't got the document. Then I said, but what's going on here, Uncle Sam? I gave you document worth plenty, 300, 400,000 that somebody stealing. But then you went there to go ask how the people got the document. But ask who's stealing. Open an investigation. So when I received that document on Christmas Day, I mean, we're talking about almost 300,000 others. And it's embarrassing. Then you begin to think about, I believe the president slipped. That's why they came out to make clarification. But you got people in this government care less. I thought we had some friends in this government. I was sending to Dr. Richardson, she will investigate. I was sending to Uncle Sam, to Clinton, and they will come together and say, my man, come here. You did wrong. But if you send it then and say, my man, but how Clinton got this? So it means that you guys are not covering your tracks. Clinton, are you getting what I'm saying here? So it's an embarrassment. You cannot trust anybody.
Well, that's because I don't think people are interested in fighting corruption. They're interested in covering up for corruption. So you wouldn't get anything from them then.
And you're right. You're right. I still believe. I 100% believe that we have to look into this because the best thing we can do is for us to be serious and dead serious that we want to fight corruption. And that's why it is important that we go back to the president's statement and the clarity they try to make, because the clarity is not up there. No, it's not. The clarity should be of action, not by sweet words. No. And that's what we yet today to discuss and say, Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. Uncle Sam, I heard that you're charging everybody $5,000 to go to your wedding, but we'll talk about it later though. But welcome to the show, Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much, Stanton. It's a wonderful time. I hope you had a nice Christmas yesterday. And my favorite, Dr. Richardson, how you doing, Mama? The Chenoweth girl, how you doing, Mama?
I'm okay. I'm okay. How you doing? You all right? Merry Christmas.
I'm doing wonderful. I'm having fun with the Rescue Rascals. They're just commenting and responding 24 hours to a retired old man's post. I mean, what time do they go to work? What time do they be with their families? What time do they do from the morning to the night? By the time I get up, I start posting and then start responding. Yeah, but
you and I having a grand old time when you can write it so easy to respond, you know?
Yeah, and I can type very fast too, you know, very fast. I type. By the time they put one post up, I put like 20 posts up already, and they're just all over the place. They're just all over the place trying to respond. I don't know why they feel they have an obligation to respond to an old man, retired old man, you know, just with a big mouth. You know, I ain't got no impact or influence on their governance, you know. But I'm just here enjoying myself. If I was young like them, I would spend my time responding to an old man who would call crazy, this, that, you know. But anyway, I'm having fun, and I hope they're having good fun too.
That's good. That's really good.
Uncle Sam, it's always good having you. You didn't say anything about you charging folks $5,000 to attend your wedding. How true is that?
That's not true, Stanton. You know it's not true. They just stopped that one day.
No, I mean, I'm just giving you information. Please correct me.
Well, anything they say, that is their business, but I'm not charging anybody to come to my wedding. If you're in Johannesburg and you want to come, you're welcome. You don't have to pay me. Just have to pay your hotel and your travel expenses here.
So when is the wedding?
We're going to be getting the venue the first week in September, and the wedding will be on the 14th. So we are making all this preparation.
The 14th of September?
On February 14th, Valentine's Day.
Oh, you're getting married February?
Yeah, this is a Zulu wedding. Don't forget, we've done the legal work in DeKalb County already. But the family would like to cap this over the traditional paying of the libola, which is the traditional dowry.
I mean, it means that how many times have you gotten married?
Well, this will be my third marriage.
Okay. Third.
If it doesn't work out, why you want to be living in misery? You know, you have to move on. You know.
I mean, 3 times it means that you're the problem. I don't think the women are the problem.
Oh, well, it's possible. Maybe.
Yes, that's our picking. Now let's talk that.
No, but we have the whole conversation. Listen. Let's confess our sin before going into the new year. Uncle Sam could be the problem here. You know
what? Confession time?
No, I confess my sins to God, and God knows where He took me from. I'm a sinner, you know. So I have to confess my sins. He made me imperfect. If Adam hadn't eaten that apple, I'd be okay. But he ate the apple.
Can I free myself?
He ate the apple.
Adam ate that apple. It made us all imperfect. So
all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior Jesus. Because you're right, we all fall short to the glory of God. And indeed, God will, we are not perfect, but as we strive towards perfection, we always ask for more grace.
Amen. You ready to start preaching?
Yeah, I'm preaching.
I know you're saying the Bible school to hear a good service. We can't hear you, sinner.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and guests, it's good to have you share the program. Let's get to this program. The Lord has done it again. What a day, what a wonderful day. Whatever you find yourself, we are blessed to be back on the Spoon Network. A lot of stuff is happening in our country, and we're going to start a conversation. It's good to see Dr. Francine Chenoweth, Special Richardson. It's good to see Governmental from Sister Riverside, Clinton, and Uncle Sam P. LSE, South African, American, Liberian, Ghanaian, Jackson on the show. We are blessed.
I was just reading and somebody just pointed out there are 4 Riverside people on this platform.
Oh, but tell them that you said I heard you're having your own like unification program.
I have no idea.
All the counties that became or territories that became county. I think I went 1984 or wherever you
I
have
don't
your
know
own.
when did Riverside become well, let me use Google. I can find it.
Riverside River.
I mean, don't do the Unity Party people AI thing yet. They go ask AI about Joseph Barker statement. Don't do that thing yet.
Maybe we just need to have a Southeast solidarity thing.
No, but it took Nima out of your Southeast and Grand Jita.
But Nima is not part of the
No,
Southeast.
Nima not in the Southeast.
Well, Grand Jita.
The Grand Jita is in the Southeast.
You know, I think you're talking about the 4 counties that were created in 1964. You know,
Yes,
before we have 5 original counties.
Mount County, Nima, Lofa, and Grand Jita.
And Grand Jita, yes. So those were the 4 counties that were added.
Riverside was established in 1985 December.
Yes, during I think is it? Yeah.
1985 December.
So
1985.
Hold on 1 minute. That Richardson, who was the president in 1985?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you surprised me just now. You said who?
I don't know who was the president in 1985.
I
was not at grade 1985.
That Richardson from Brooklyn? I told you.
Yeah.
He's from Brooklyn, New York.
Look at you.
But let's get to the show, guys. It's good having everyone.
But anyway, I was trying to tell you, Clinton, that I was hearing today that you guys are going to have your own unity program, all of the counties that became, yeah, that's what I was hearing.
In 1985?
84, 85, yes.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So that Richardson, what's on your mind? Let's get to it. Clinton and Uncle Sam, let's start the program. It's 4:23, which will be 9:23 in Liberia. It's good to have all of you. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's have a great discussion today. Always remember, we start the program at 3:30. That will be 8:30 Liberian time. And by 4 p.m., 9 p.m., we start the show. We all here by 11. So whatever the time is, we will be leaving you 11 p.m. Liberian time. And that will be 6 p.m. here. No, 6? No, 6? Yeah, right? Is that 6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the time different. Yeah, and we'll go on. We'll be leaving you by 6:37 p.m. Dr. Richardson, what's on your mind for us to discuss today? We got different topics. Like I said, we got this big allegation, big allegation. I can announce to everyone it's from the finance ministry. We have document to prove it. It's a whole big allegation. I'm concerned whether Augustine Gafwan is aware of what we're about to bring to the nation tonight. Ministers, deputy ministers, names on this thing. The information is still breaking. And again, I will be fair to Augustine Gafwan. When I asked our sources whether he was informed, they said, well, these things were in the making prior to him taking over. But we got to dig deeper. Because if the finance ministry is caught in massive corruption, then where else we will not find corruption? That's the first thing on our agenda. We'll be talking about the president clarifying his statement that was brought out on Tuesday evening. They try to clarify the president's statement. I don't know who's going to buy into it, but we'll be discussing it. We'll discuss again what is happening to our country. We still got speaker number 1 and speaker number 2. Both are saying they will be at the State of the Nation address next month. I mean, what's going on here, folks? The investigation, talking about the burning of the Capitol building, the investigation is growing. The steam is turning to fire. People are getting involved. We got a lot of information from that end, and we'll take a job to it. Now, the country, 5 more days, the year will be over. What do you expect next year? under the Jose Yima Bata second year in office. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you, man.
Well, it's good to be here. I'm relatively tired, and hopefully, I'll be retiring soon tonight.
Why
But
are you
it's
tired? Why are you tired?
I'm just tired. I had a great Christmas with my family. I did a lot of conversing with my
But
children.
that's you're not home. They look like though. Your background is different.
What's that? What does that matter?
No, I'm just saying. Are you home or have you
No, I'm not
relocated
home. I relocated. I'm not home. I'm not home center.
outside of America or in America? I mean,
I'm outside of the United States right now.
are you
If
are
that's
you on the island? Are you in Cuba? Are you
is
in
this specific
Brazil?
questions? Or 21 questions. What is it? Okay, anyway, let me just get back to what I'm talking about. It's good to just
Now,
be
Richard,
here.
are you in Liberia?
Hey, let me since I'm already tired, and I just wanted to come here to start the show to make sure,
All right,
you know,
let's go ahead. Dr. Bobles, I shouldn't ask you a question anymore, so go ahead.
oh, you get Dr. Booker into your mongo there, into your trouble. So it's just good to be here. I would try to keep my eyes open and respond to as much as I can. But I think this show is on to a great start. I want to give a shout out to many people. There was
And that's
Sarah.
my intuition.
There was Sarah. People that I met today. I just want to tell them thank you so much for all the kind services and gestures that was towards me. Yeah, so that's what I have to say. I'm actually relatively tired, but I'll just stay for a few minutes and then I'll have to go to bed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Enjoy your stay in Liberia. Again, we pray that all goes well. Governor Clinton,
Why did I come on today? Seriously.
Governor Clinton, my man, you're not talking?
Man. I mean, of course, the information you have to break today, I'm looking forward to see what that is, and I'm also looking forward to hear, just more about everything else that is going on in the country. That's breaking news in the country today.
All right. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, let's hear you. What's your take, man? What's on your mind?
Well, we are going to the end of the year, and that will be the first year anniversary of the Volcker administration. And I think we should all take stock, not just of the Volcker administration, but our own lives, what we've done for this year. And hopefully we can plan to do and improve ourselves for the next year. But I can tell you, after January 22nd, the administration will be undergoing some serious challenges because there will be no more excuses on performance. People will expect them to perform, and the Liberian people will be getting impatient. So I just hope and pray that they have a strong agenda for next year to rally the people and to prove that they are a lot better than the administration that they succeeded. And I also expect there'll be a lot of street actions next year for the Liberian people because it will become a point where now they will make a determination as to where this government is going, and they will start voicing out their disenchantment with the administration starting next year. So it will be a very eventful year for all of us.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thanks a lot. Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show. It's good to have you, Dr. Bopler.
Good evening, Stanton, and good evening to all of my colleagues. Good evening to Liberians in Liberia all over the globe. Thank you for being a part of the Spoon initiative. It's making a difference in so many ways. So let's keep talking. Let's keep talking. It's good to be here tonight. It's good to be here tonight on the day after Christmas. We spend a quiet Christmas in Gaia Town, and as always, we look for opportunity to give to people and to share the little bit that God has shared with us. It is so fulfilling. Like I said, sometimes giving is fulfilling. Is one of the best things you can do. We love to do that. That's what we did at Christmas. We gave, and then we celebrated quietly at home, and it was good. It was different, and it was good. So we praise God for that. I just want to drop this little footnote, CEO. Dr. Richardson is a very important personality. You can't be asking for her location in the public square like that. National security is not safe, bro. So tell me after about 10-4. Everybody need to know what the doc is. But the doc is on the show. We're happy she's here. Good to see
You're right.
Mama
You're right.
Bear,
We
Uncle
happen to see.
Sam.
Dr. Richardson told me to ask her. That's what I did, sir. She told me. She said, "Ask me where I am." And
Whoa, I know I had that kind of on the trend taste to ask me where I am, where I am. So I
okay.
know.
So
It's
I
the
take it
ghetto
back.
in chief.
Thank
I'm
you.
not
Yeah,
gonna.
thank you, yeah, Dr. Brooklyn. Thank you.
So I'm taking it back. I'm not gonna ask you where you are. But I mean, people say you're in Liberia. I'm not gonna ask you that. But it's always good to see you on
Bro,
the
the
show.
background looks like it's Liberia.
Now look at the pin on the wall. Look at the pin
That
on the
was
wall.
the investigation lawyer here is telling us.
They wood on the
The
door. It
criminal
looks like it's
investigation
Liberia. The
lawyer is telling
paint,
us.
the everything, Dr. Richardson
Yeah.
is Liberia. Yeah,
But I
like
would just say, listen, I mean, because we understand that you on a serious note, Dr. Richards, Dr. Bob, like if you're born in America and you start going to Liberia at
Dr. Richardson, I'm saying
all
something here in the comment section though.
What is it? What you say?
Can
What
you
you
can,
see?
can you put
I think
Romeo
I'm gonna
TS
deter, I think I'll
Romeo
deter your
TS
conversation.
Kaniwa statement? Is there something about congratulations on raising something?
they got but did that thing, they picking out one try. Dr. Richardson, everybody say you're going to take that University of Liberia president
Congratulations on the raising
position.
advanced University of Liberia
Is that
president is
true when
female.
you approach on
Didn't I
it?
tell you guys? Didn't I tell you guys about a couple of weeks ago that if I could reincarnate, I would be a farmer? Didn't I tell you that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
After
That,
20 years of being in a structured environment, like teaching at a university and doing everything, um, I can do it. I won't put it past myself in doing it, but I like to play with other things, do other things. I mean, obviously I would still be a clinical psychologist, like working with you. Clearly, you can send me clients. I do, psychological evaluation for immigrants. That's what I do as a part-time work, my own practice. So
Nice. Clinical psychologist.
I mean, it's good. So okay. So thank God for every one of you. Let's just get to the first thing. Dr. Bobla, I want to start with you. We had some very, very heated, moment on today, Wednesday, Thursday, on Tuesday, about the president's statement. That if you still keep the money at bail houses, everyone had their own interpretation. But I believe that you read the clarification made by the executive mansion. Let's just
mhm.
take that off the way. I mean, talk to me. Were you okay with the executive mansion clarification on the president's statement?
Can you
Um, Standing last night, as not last night, but 2 nights ago, I said in my closing that I hope that the press secretary, the presidential press secretary, Ms. Fofana, would make a clarification because there was so much uproar about the president's comments, not just on the show, but also social media, then in the papers, and I hope to make a clarification. So, quite frankly, I did not read what was written or put out because today I was on just family assignments, so I can't speak to what I didn't read. I hope what they put out was something that said the president was certainly not encouraging corruption, but saying don't choose corruption over blessing the people of Liberia with their own resources. I hope that's what the statement said. Because, like I said 2 nights ago, I said tonight, it didn't make sense to me that the president of the republic would say it's okay to be corrupt, just use the corrupt money to bless people. The two don't the incongruent. You'll be corrupt, but you bless the people. They don't even go together. So I didn't read the statement, so um, I can't speak to it. I just hope it said that the president didn't mean to encourage corruption. So those who did read it, they can speak better than I can on this matter.
Okay, so I just put it in our chat room again. While we go around the table, you can read it. It's not that long. And then if you want to comment further, we will bring you on. That will both play. Uncle Sam, you read this statement. I saw you posted on Facebook. I mean, what say you, Uncle Sam?
Look, clearly the president either misspoke or uh, or was inarticulate, and both of those can be true. Maybe he meant to say that people should not be corrupt, that the resources should not be stolen and given to the Liberian people. But the statement was very clear that those who like to remain corrupt and steal, let them use the resources to bless the people, right? So clearly, there were, even within their own camp, within the inner circle, they thought about it and they saw the reaction from some important personage in the Liberian community, like people like Dr. Joseph Baba and others. And of course, they saw how the opposition was carrying this. So it was in their best interest to provide a clarification. Now, they don't call it a clarification. They basically trying to indicate that, the president is not identified with corruption. He couldn't mean that. This is what he really meant. But if you have to provide a clarification on a statement that you made on Christmas Day, when families are having a jolly good time, and you take time to do 4, 5, 6 paragraphs, then it means that it was concerning to you and you feel that there was something, the public narrative was going against you, so you had to make a clarification. I'm glad they made a clarification, but I can tell you, it is something that the opposition will continue to exploit going forward. And that is sad because President Boyka's inarticulation, he's clearly an old man, and he misspoke. Okay, I don't think deep down in his heart he meant to say people should steal and share the spoils with the people, but because of his inarticulation, that's how it came out, and people capitalize on it. I mean, as they should. This is politics, so you should be very careful and guided in your phrases, how you put it out there. He wasn't guarded in his phrase. It's a big mistake.
Do you think that you're going to see more of this kind of conversation from the president? Because if you know Joseph Boyka, he speak of what he believe. On a serious note, when Joseph Boyka speak, like for example, Donald Trump, he was, Donald Trump, he doesn't mean that. No, really, it's not Donald Trump. Just give it to no. Donald Trump speak of what he believe in, and that's how all the time I've been knowing Joseph Boyka, he's just focused and he believe and he will stick to that because he know deep down, he know exactly what he's saying. Do you think we'll see more of this kind?
So certain presidents who are inarticulate and are not good with extemporaneous speaking should limit their extemporaneous talk. And Joseph Boyka is one of those people. And his handlers, every president needs handlers. Every presidency needs to be managed. So going further, I think we should be very concerned about extemporaneous remarks that are made by President Boyka. Look, let's go back. When the 285 yellow machines came out, his visceral reaction and statement was, look, we're going to bring this and let Doba Jala tell me he cannot pay for it. Clearly, he was doing what? Supporting acts of corruption by not going through the PPCC and all the processes. But in his heart of heart, this is what he believed. This is what he believed. That it shows limitations in governance, because anybody who understands the ethical principles of governance and the ethical values will not say we're going to bring these machines and let the LRA commissioner tell me he can't pay for them. So that was one mistake that was made. And of course, the opposition capitalized on that. So they have to basically manage how he speaks to the public, because sometimes he will say things that will clearly not be intentional, but will convey a message that he does not wish to convey.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's welcome Paul Kennedy Conagray to the show. Let me come to you, Governor Clinton. The same issue here. Uh, uh, Uncle Sam just said, you know what? The president said it during the yellow machine issue. Double Jana, you must pay for it. And they say, oh, the president didn't mean it that way. Some of this off-cuff, statement that would get the government in trouble and have them to explain and clarify and clarify. What say you? Do you still want to see more of this? Are you okay with the clarification made by the president, executive mansion?
Well, I see the clarification, but there is something about the clarification itself that I'm more concerned about. Is the fact that in the press statement that the government is struggling to actually, you know, present tangibles of what the president has done for corruption. So as they try to clarify, they don't really have much that the president has done to say, look, this is what the president have done. You can't attribute that statement or read that statement in that context, because this is what the president has done for, in his fight for corruption. Unfortunately, they don't have this. So what they've done, they talk about a number of audits that the president have included, including the NSA audit that we know that he reversed, but it's included, that he commissioned the NSA audit as part of this places that I said the president, but we know that that audit was reversed. They also talk about, as a result of the audit, he suspended. And Dick Glenn, are you and Dr. Richardson,
Hey, Connie, you are doing good. Continue.
Go ahead,
yeah.
continue. Don't lose
You
He
know,
track.
coming to he coming
because-
to take Stanton place now.
Yeah, but then they went to talk about the suspension of Governor Talu, Aloysius Talu, and but that's it. And then they talk about suspension of officials at LRRC, but that's it. They really, the government really have nothing to present to defend the president's record on corruption. And of course, Uncle Sam is right. If this is what this president has done with the yellow machine thing. When this news broke, it was not the president saying that this is wrong, we have to follow the procedures and the laws, but saying, look, we'll bring the machine and let's see if the revenue agency can raise this. So again, it's problematic how this government, has proceeded in the last 11 months. They've not done enough, in my opinion, to fight corruption. There's nothing to really put forth to library and put that they've done. This release doesn't list some of the major audits that we talk about, that you tend to have talked about LTA over and over. It doesn't talk about that. It doesn't talk about some of the other major groundbreaking corruption allegations. It addresses minor issues because the government really doesn't have any substance to present when it comes to corruption.
All right, thank you. I didn't know I was muted. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. I've just posted a statement, the clarification in the chat room, and there's a lot of things that I don't think current. I think they were just trying to push something to But let me hear you, Dr. Richardson. Does the clarification hold water yet?
The last time I said that the president misspoke, the president, like many presidents around the world, tend to have gaffes, where they say something sometimes that they are not, they don't have intentions to say. So, I wouldn't take that to be a major issue here. So I'm glad for the clarification, but I will agree with Councillor Clinton that I don't think that the clarification was strong enough. They did mention some anti-corruption initiatives that they have undertaken this year. And, they talked about the central bank audit and the EPA, audit, and several other audits that they talked about was to be done to show financial irregularity and ensure accountabilities. But the thing about these audits is we are not really seeing the results. We haven't seen, any significant results of these audits. You just telling us you're auditing people, but you're not coming back to speak to the public. So, okay, this is the result of this specific audit. This is the result of this specific audit. So I think they would have done well if they would have went further and be very clear to the Liberian people exactly what the results of the audits were. I also think that suspension after you found out that this person has significantly unauthorized loan and engaged in overspending, you just suspended them. So what happens after suspension? Are they going to pay the Liberian people money back? So So those are the questions I have. You say you suspended Jolu Eloshas, I believe Talu. Talu was his name. Eloshas
The
Talu.
bank governor, Alosha Stalu, yeah.
Yes, and then you suspended the senior officials of the LRRC, the LRRC.
Patrick
But then,
Woolsey, yeah.
yeah, which we broke the news on the show, but then again, that's all you did, suspended this person. We show you we had significant, statistics, and we have significant evidence to prove that, they did steal from the Liberian people. And for a government like yours that want to fight corruption, the asset declaration, we don't see, we are not seeing a lot of your employees, the people that work for you, declaring their assets freely in a jiffy way, in a quick way. They always have to be like reminded, please declare your asset. I mean business this time. So what happens if they don't declare their assets? They still work for you? So that's what I want to know. And you said on International Anti-Corruption Day, the president declared that to raise awareness. My goodness, if nobody's aware about corruption in Liberia, then I don't know where we are right now. Every president declared corruption is a problem, is a mess in our country. So I don't even think that we should be just saying we're raising awareness. We should be doing something about it. And that's what I wanted to add. So
let me ask a question, Dr. Richardson, and we'll welcome Glendy, welcome Abula Mame. Again, happy belated Christmas Day to all, and Christmas Eve to all, and Christmas to come. We want to say it's good to be here. Dr. Richardson, before I go to Paul Kennedy, Elramin Gray, Glendy, and Abula Mame, let me ask you though, in context, were you satisfied with that clarification?
No. And for the reasons that I just stated, I wanted it to be more clear and strong, profound, and I don't think that it was just another beautiful languages, beautiful words put together, and I really think that it should have been strong to the point. And I think the president does want that. He means that he doesn't want to have a corrupt government. It's just that I don't know who's doing this. That they're not making these comments very strong and powerful and hitting and repeatedly informing the Liberian people. That's what I'm getting out of
Dr.
this.
Richardson, right? To make the strong comments, you have to have something strong to back it. The government has not done much with corruption, so you can't put what the government has not done. They've done all these audits, right? We don't have any kind of major prosecution going on. There's nothing being done with some of these agencies or some of the news report on this platform about corruption. Nothing. What happened to Ability and Mamaka and all the people and everything, the yellow machine, what happened to that? LT, what happened to that? So there was nothing, so you can't write what's not there. I think they're struggling.
So let's hear from the audience. We still got 6 individuals that have not spoken. Let's hear from them, and then we'll do the counter exchanges. Paul Kennedy, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, I did never, ever in my life thought that Paul could smoke cigar. I have that picture. I will break the news tonight, and you guys will see Paul smoking cigar. Welcome to the show, Paul.
Merry Christmas to everyone. Stand I'm 52-year-old. I can smoke cigar.
Glenny, I know they were Glenny or who Stevie Johnson warned you. Say, don't put that picture up. Stanton is here. Let's talk. Paul, talk to us.
Let me say, Merry Christmas to our listening audience, our viewers. It's good to be back. I took some time up to, really spend time holiday season with the family, but I'm back and I'm glad to be on Spoon. Good evening to my colleagues who are panelists. Uncle Sam, you're enjoying South Africa. Gamode, let me correct you. Glenny is not your auntie. She's my sister-in-law. So we had a conversation in back channel, and you still come here to call her Auntie Glenny. I don't like that.
Fella, you
But
call the kids now. You ready? Call the kids.
but Stanton, I think the president means well as far as his intent to fight corruption. The president actually misspoke at the event in Vonjama. And what I don't like is that the folks who came back to clarify started discrediting people who heard what the president said. And when you do that to me, then I think you are trying to make me to look stupid. What I thought they should have done was to say, listen, the president is not a god. He can make error. This is what the president intended to say. We are sorry if this is what you heard. But for you to come to say, oh, they claim that what the president said was misleading, blah, 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 and you trying to condescend other people thinking of clearly listening to it. And I can see my uncle was speaking, he was speaking English, and the fact that he said he's encouraging people who have the intention to want to corrupt, when they take the money, they should bless people. I mean, how else can you phrase that? So I think coming back to even try to justify was not necessary. The president has a good intention. Like everyone, sometimes we all misspeak, we misenunciate, we mispronounce. We are human beings, and then the language we are using is not for us; it's borrowed. So we say things sometimes out of anxiety, out of emotion, based on the same population and whatsoever. So I just think the president, in his quest to fight corruption, is something that he's working on. But we all know the position of corruption in Liberia. Corruption is a major player in our national politics, a huge player that comes to confront everything we do, from in our kitchen into our daily life. Listen, Liberia is one place where I've seen parents telling their children, when that person can't tell them, not yet, you there, but you're telling the children you teaching the children how to stop being corrupt. You owe somebody, the person coming for that money, then you tell your son, go stand to the door when that man can't tell you, not yet. It is an accepted, well-known thing in Liberia. So corruption is everywhere, right? And we admire leaders who come trying to really put them inside to control them. In doing so, when the president miscalculate or when they misspeak, let everybody be bold enough to say, listen, this is not what the president meant to say. This is what he wanted to say. I don't think it's a big deal that we should even be wasting our time on right now trying to figure out what he said or what he didn't say. Thank you, Stanton.
Stanton, may I? Stanton, may I?
Yes, Dr. Bobler, come in. Then we're going to go to Conor Gray, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I said before I went off that a few nights ago, a couple of nights ago, I said in closing that I hope the president's office will clarify, since there were many Liberians. Some of us say we think he said this, the other group said we think he said that. And to clarify, so I appreciate CEO you sharing the statement. I read it in depth. And honestly, I was surprised that the president's office took care to enumerate not only that he didn't mean to say corruption is okay and corruption is legal, but he's tried to show how he is still committed to the anti-corruption fight. So here's what I want to say in a rather simplistic way. If Stanton says something and I say, I think you said that, and Stanton comes back and clarifies, no, I didn't mean to say that. Here's what I meant to say. Then I keep saying, no, you said that, and that's what you meant. To me, it's a non-argument. The president office has spoken. So those of us who thought he said corruption is legal, he has said that's not what I meant. Corruption is not legal. So where's the conversation here? Let's move forward. We had a critical place in our nation. where we need everybody. We need everybody's effort, the energy, the skills, the expertise, the resources. Let's not politicize everything. Let's pull together and try to move forward. I said long ago, I keep saying, if this president succeeds, the nation succeeds. If he's failed, we all fail. We don't want to fail. So let's move past this president's comment. He's spoken. His office said that's not what we meant. Corruption is not legal. Let's work together. So that's it. There's nothing else to be said. The man has clarified his comments. Thank you, CEO.
You're welcome, Dr. Boble. So everybody, we just find another topic right now to go to, Dr. Boble?
No, we got opinions.
Wait, Kamabula Mame, wait. Dr. Boble, we should just find another topic right now to go to.
No, I'm saying you always have topics. You're the CEO. We got a plethora of topics and issues that this nation deals with. I like to talk about the University of Liberia, my alma mater, and that it is just shocking and unacceptable that the nation's biggest university will just be closed. Like bad
Okay.
is
No,
normal.
it's part of our discussion tonight. You're right. You're right. You're right. Thank you very much, Dr. Boble. I was just kidding because I think we had a serious argument on Tuesday. People were saying people are stupid. We don't understand English. We went to Western school. The Bible says stupid people can see Jesus Christ. And all these things. So the wise people were saying their own. Now the executive mansion came and clarified it's only important that we talk about the clarification. So you are quite correct. And after this, we will move. So the people who waste on now, let us stay home today. That we the people that stay arguing on it, let argue. We'll bring the next topic, then we can bring them back on. Abula Mame, talk to us, my friend.
Oh, you don't work, Glendy? I want confusion. Oh.
You see that how you can put me in trouble with Glendy? I call your name, you call him Glendy name.
But I want me to call my own name. I want me to call my own name.
Why you ready seeing Glendy?
What your problem? Why people can't like me? That problem?
Hey, if I have my way, nobody will like you. But let's go ahead.
Papa, people like me, yeah.
Mama, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mama, what you feeling I would talk?
on the president's statement, there are two things. For me, I took when someone is campaigning to be a leader and he makes statement, you can beat on it, you can spend more time on it. When the man or the woman is a president, you pay attention to their action and judge them on their action. The president made a statement. Depending on where you stand, somebody said he endorsed corruption. Depending on where you stand, somebody said no. In fact, he's saying instead of the money being used for you, use the money to bless the people rather than taking the money for yourself. Depending on where you stand, that's your interpretation. Other people say, no, you say take the money and bless the people. That's their interpretation. But because he is president, I don't want to dwell on interpretations. I want to dwell on action. Bold action is what I want to judge the president on. And up to this point, I believe the president is not bold enough in the fight against corruption. But equally so, he's now weak to the point where he can stand publicly and endorse corruption. That is where I stand. He's not bold enough, but he's not weak to stand publicly and endorse corruption. Lack of boldness, you can point to it several ways. Whether it is with the prosecution of former officials, the audit reports. Look at what happened to the parks that were constructed all around. Later did we know that state resources were channeled through all type of means to be able to build those parks. Look at a central bank. The deputy governor is saying, I agree with the president's office that I will resign and you will pay my money. That's not boldness against corruption. Go to LTA. So yes, I agree with Gamode. I agree with others. The president is not bold enough. If the president were bold enough, some of the people who passing around and talking, they would have been in jail today. But he's not bold enough. So because there is disagreement and the president office has come out and clarified, I will say what everybody's saying. We listen, we don't judge. I will judge action. I will not judge voice. So we listen, we don't judge.
Mommy, are so gentle address this, but I'll wait for Glenny and Conor Gray to speak because I think your two way of presenting this thing is strength. Seriously, I must say that. Sister Glenny, talk to us.
So, Mohammed Aria, politician. Yeah. Anyway, I will talk to my brother in the back. I'm not talking out here. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Hope that everyone had a beautiful Christmas. It was a great day. Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to everyone. So let me say, and I want to side with Dr. Brompler. We asked that the statement be clarified. I'm satisfied with the clarification made because it did not only address that the statement was not sanctioning corruption, but it even went further. What I can also say is, and I agree with Mama, that the president is not as forceful as he should be. That's something that he needs to be on point about. Those people that are corrupt, and I think the statement was not powerful enough that it would catch the attention of Liberians. And so as a result, the moment that he could have gotten from making such a statement has been lost in the trenches. Because number one, he said it, didn't say it as powerful. A lot of us interpreted it based on our subjective understanding. And then thirdly, whatever he said, what do we get from out of it now? Really nothing. And we see people who have, like when he's mentioning the fact that someone was suspended, and these things that they're doing, I have a problem with. If you're correcting some of the wrong, what are you doing about it? You suspended a bank governor. What has happened since then? Those are the things that people need to see. And that ties in with Mame asking for actions. If you're saying this and you're saying you're against corruption, then you have to do something that will show. But if the question is, am I satisfied with the clarification that was made on the statement made by the president? I would say yes, he addressed the statement and he issued additional comments towards what the clarification needed. So that's my portion.
Glenny, thank you very much. Conor Gray, let's hear you, my brother. You're in the dark, though. Are you okay?
I'm okay, my brother. I don't want the light to reflect on me, but
okay.
Happy holidays, everyone. I think the people in general, the Liberian people, are still trying to bite on something that President Wakai will make the difference in terms of prosecuting corruption. But the action, as everyone has said, have simply not matched what people expectation, continue to be about how robust President Barkai would be against corruption. And until we see some tangible action, people are going to run away that this guy, it's not too clear, it's fuzzy in terms of what he intends to do. You suspended a bank governor, and then you appointed an acting who actually participated in the building of a bank where he borrowed scores of money himself. I hope I'm wrong. And then you come out and you make statements such as the one Clinton highlighted that he made in terms of double jala. That he challenged him not to find the money, forgetting the fact that those kinds of processes need to go through PPCC. You see, when you send mixed messages, anytime you speak, people are still looking for that got you moment that this president is serious on corruption. I've not seen that effort matching, that expectation. So I'm left, to spin my own interpretation whenever he says something.
But I would hope that President Boakai, as others have said, will start going after, especially the last regime, his immediate predecessor. There were a lot of things that went on. Yes, people have gone to court, but the pace at which President Barker is moving is just, I like to use the word sluggish. We don't have anything to say this guy is serious, he's robust, he's going to prosecute people. You see, none exists. So when he makes a statement, he's a man who speaks in parable. That's okay. But when people are seeking clarity as to what you are, what you're composed of, who you are, in terms of your nonsensical, approach towards this kinds of something called corruption, you know, you're very aggressive, and that's who people are expecting to be. That this guy is a guy that will nail this corruption. But then we just have not seen anything to match that expectation. So people will be making interpretation. They shouldn't get angry. I'm glad they jump on making clarification because it was necessary. It means they're listening to what voices of wisdom, such as Doppler and others, and so on, who made the call that, hey, come up, make a clarification, and he has done so. But it's not even, for me, it's not even, that was a mixed match. I didn't see any reason to say this president needs to act. That's how I would say. Forget about all the talking clarification, just act. People will judge from that and then go away with a mindset that you're acting. Stanton?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me agree with agree with some of us here and disagree. And I love the fact that we are discussing this clarification statement. Joseph Walker, everybody will agree that, well, the old man, you cannot find him in corruption. You cannot. We all know that. We got nothing on Jose Yuma Bwaka for 50 some more years in government to say this old man is corrupt. Nothing. We've been digging. In position, opposition, been digging. Nothing. But I think the old man spoke. But here's the issue. The old man action, the will to fight corrupt behavior, the way to fight and champion this thing and say, yes, we have crushed down corruption. You can see the evidence that this person going to jail, that I fired this person, I dismissed this person. We are not seeing it. So for us to define Jose Yima Bwaka, it will not be his past, that he was caught in corrupt behavior. No, it will be his present, his action. So as long, listen, the executive marshal can write 100 pages, 2,000 pages, and they can write 3-4 different books. If Joseph Yima Bwaka action failed to prove to the Liberian people that Abdullah Kamara, LTA, $2.6 million, I remove Edwina Zagba, Israel Akinsanya, and the rest of them, and I cannot allow you to be the chairperson yet, because the GAC report says to you, my friend, that you're in problem with $2.6 billion of the people money. I am a champion of corruption. Get out of my way.
Medtech.
I'm going to lay them down one at a time. We have not seen it. Alosha Stadu, people will go over the counter and take money, your fingerprint and everything, as bank governor for all these years. I'm going to remove you. But guess what? You brought in some more. They have all the issue, and you kept him there. Strike number 2, Joseph Bwaka action should speak that he's fighting corruption. And let's move ahead. MedTech. We will fight MedTech. We will do this to MedTech. We will do that to MedTech. And at the end of the day, after it all said and done, guess what happened? We are here to say to you, my dear friend and brother, we cannot say anything better about Mete. We'll be champion George Banawea. We beat on George Banawea, Samuel Twe, the late Thomas Donald, that he had an extra account in Dubai and other places, that they were making money. Uncle Sam fought us here. I said, though, people crying, their brain is exploding here and there. Guess what happened? Who is the new Samuel Twe in this government? Who is the new Thomas Donald? Who is the new George Banawea? Who is the new Nathaniel Falumagil? All those people we attributed Metek to, we have them in this government today with different names, different looks, and different nomenclature. Go see the signature is different, but the account that they are operating from, that's the problem. So how can we say Joseph Boakai fighting corruption? My friend, let's be serious. Let's speak truth to power today. You can say your own, let me say my own. How can we say, how can we bold enough? The statement about Sylvester Gillespie, nothing, it's on the hush-hush. Who authorized him to get a car from NASCAR? Hush, 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 hush. Don't talk about it. NASCAR, the amount of money that was run out of NASCAR, the people looked at NSA, would do an audit. The audit is decommissioned. The audit was done. The audit was done. We are yet nothing. Should we go on and on and on about corrupt practices in this government? So therefore, CTN, the same thing. So my friend, let me say this to you guys. That President Boakai can prove that he's champion, he's fighting corruption, what he said he meant it. I say that's my own interpretation. Get versed with me. That President Boakai can prove that he's fighting corruption. Let him remove Abdullah Kamara. The President Boakai can prove that he's fighting corruption. Let's see more fight against those people that were fighting them during Joe Manawea time. Samuel Twe dancing on the street, he dancing kakalika. Nobody can touch me. You can't touch this. They're afraid to call Samuel Twe. You hold the rope, the rope hold the bush. You call Samuel Twe, he will go in the legislature and start calling names. President Boakai look at Thomas Farah. He said, you see the money keeper here and face Lofa. What Thomas Farah doing, Lofa? I'm not putting this on Thomas Farah. But I go down the line, my friend. We're nobody stupid here. President Boakai speak exactly what he want to speak on. People can twist it, they can carry it up, they bring it down. President Boakai say, oh, he gone. You go and fix it. Do you ever think that the president will fight the lawmaker there and say, I encourage you guys to audit the Senate and audit the House of Representatives? God! You think they want to hear it? They can't. They will draw the line at different branch of government, so we're not interfering. Particularly, since the document of people in this government, I said, this is what the ministry doing. These are the documents. They went to the ministry, Dr. Bobler, and they said, how still not got this document? Up to today, they have never questioned the individual that I would loot in that ministry. I still have the document. I don't see the will for the president to fight corruption. That the president can speak on these things, that the president can act on them. My dear friends, my fellow Liberians, the president said exactly what he meant. If you're from Unity Party, you interpret it in your favor. If you're not from Unity Party, you will interpret it in your favor. If you're independent like me, that fight and did everything that brought Joseph Boakai to power by the grace of God, you will interpret it in your favor. But his action, Lemambe said, should speak volume. 1 year gone. 1 year gone. 1 year gone, my people. We'll be here again next year and say, but the president not mean it. Yeah, Joseph Boakai a fight all. The papa ain't got nothing on him. The papa will fight it. The day Joseph Boakai ready, you will see. 1 year. He ready yet? Uncle Sam, when will he get ready? So let's do the exchange. Ask somebody a question. make your own closing statement on this, then we'll go to the next conversation. But I'm my own, I say, you get better, that's fine.
Okay, look, Stanton, when this president was campaigning, there were things that were said that were very strong. Rescue. And they were talking about accusing our government, okay, of being a kleptocracy. They said they were coming to rescue. There were things that were symbolic of what they call the endemic corruption in the previous administration. Things like Western Cluster, things like METEC, things like CTN, things like road contracts given to SSF and East International, and other things, and so forth and so forth. So then they promised us a very robust asset recovery, but instead of giving us a robust asset recovery, what they did was to give us a political committees of misfits whose first order of business was to go in the streets and illegally start impounding cars. And that punctured the asset recovery. And the asset recovery has not recovered from there. Emmanuel Gonkwe left, Martin Colley left, and other people are unhappy. Then they came up on February 16 with an announcement that people were dancing in the streets, 285 machines. They didn't speak about public procurement. They didn't speak about money for value or value for money. The president made a speech that he said, and in articulate again, he says, let Double Chala pay for it. So if you want to distinguish yourself in a manner that there will be no ambiguity between you and the previous regime. But there are little or no differences that can be discerned by logical people on the fight against corruption. And we know as Liberians that the number one obstacle to our development over the last 177 years has been corruption. From the inception of the state to E.J. Roy, to Fernando Poe, to all of the concessions under Tubman, growth without development. So Joseph Numa Boakai is supposed to be a symbol to change these things. And a lot of my panelists will not admit it here, but in their hearts of hearts, they know that this is not what they bargained for. This is not what they expected. And I can look in all of their faces and I can tell them, you cannot tell the Liberian people that this is what you expected from President Boakai. Now, let's go one step further. You all say that President Boakai has never been credibly accused of corruption. That's a lie. It's not a lie, it's a damn lie. He was fired by the PRC government for corruption. He was involved in the ADA lab with a $30 million machinery from Libya. He was involved. Steve Kwa, together they were involved. You see the cannibalization of those machines in Foya. He was involved in Sylvester Grisby asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars for 5 vehicles. He was involved. He was involved in the 285 machines. Why do you always try to excuse this gentleman from the reality? This is what we call Teflon Don in the mob, where nothing sticks. Nothing sticks. But these are the facts. And you can be cussing me, you can be saying, I hate him, I don't like him and this, but these are the facts. Incontrovertible facts. Darius Dillon, go to his page. He put it out that this man was dismissed for corruption under the PRC government. And I rest. But let me hear the cusses and let me hear the bad words against me. I'm tougher than steel, so you can't move me. So let me hear the reaction, and I'm going to have
Thank you
fun
very much,
listening to the reaction.
Uncle Sam. Yeah, we're going to wrap up on this. Let's do this quick round. We got to talk about the University of Liberia. We got to talk about, again, like I said, it's a cherry picking clarification. We got to talk about the other topics for tonight, like Dr. Bobler want us to go to, which is very important, of course. Governor Clinton, let's get your closing on this clarification.
I mean, I think the panelists here have said enough about this issue. There's a serious lack of political will on the part of the president. In the last 11 months, the president hasn't done enough to, actually fight corruption, and he's not. There's not a lot of things for the government to say, and that's why when Dr. Richardson talk about there's not a lot of substance in the press release. Of course, there's not a lot of substance because there is nothing much that the president can talk about because there isn't anything to talk about. So hopefully, in the following years, the president is going to master the coverage. He's going to want to look in people in the faces and do the right thing, and fight corruption because it's the biggest obstacle to the development of our country. And he campaigned on making this right, and the Liberian people are counting on him to do that.
Clinton, before we leave here and go to Paul Kennedy, all I can ask Paul Kennedy, do you think we got some people forcing this president fight on corruption, right? They are forcing it down, though. Are you seeing that? Some association and relationship the president is building. We actually, tie his hand on the fight of corruption. Paul Kennedy, I see you shaking your head. Are you with me in this? That because if you're my friend and I know I'm getting something from the legislature and you making me to have those things, Paul Kennedy, if you're me yet, therefore I will not be that strong on you or fight against you because then I'll be damaging my own interests. Are you saying that some individual in this government will not permit this president, they will not allow this president to go all out on corruption?
Even outside of government, Stanton, I don't know whether I'm answering or government is answering, but even outside of government, there are individuals who are outside of government with influence that are prohibiting the president from acting on government as far as corruption is concerned. That is the case now. That has been the case in Liberia. I said that in my opening statement. Liberia is acculturated with corruption. I mean, we embrace corruption so far to the extent that people will get mad with you when you try to set in the little, processes and precedents that will really hold people from being accountable. Accountability is an issue in our country. I mean, and transparency is also an issue in our country. So I agree with you, Stanton, that there are people who are part of the president's agenda who don't see that corruption undermines the president's agenda. So because they are trying to take, and somebody here once upon a time talk about a cartel of people that hinders government performance. That cartel existed then, it exists now. Look, Stanton, when you come to power in Liberia, there will be people around you who will want well for the country, but there will also be people around you who will want to be self-seeking their own benefits. And these are the kind of people who actually influence corruption and corrupt practices. So it's not only Joseph Barker, any president of Liberia will have a group of people around them who will be there trying to be corrupt by all nature. So, I mean, as this year come to an end, I applaud the president for putting a management performance evaluation plan together. One thing I would suggest to him is that he actually have an oversight person now for this plan. Because, we are too good at putting plans together, but effectuating the plan, monitoring it, and making sure it is enforced, we are not very good at that. So the president having these various ministries and agencies signing, management performance. Another thing I was suggesting to put in place is a plan to fight corruption. This president does not have, at least I have not read a plan of how he actually intends to fight corruption. They brought the audit in the first segment of this government, everybody here, audit. Nobody can hear audit again. First of all, you can't talk about audit now. That whole audit world gone. And then recovery, asset recovery, we're not hearing about it anymore. So the government needs to regroup. Vandana here, so I'm using a word. The government needs to find a way to come now with a plan to say, let's say, going forward in 2025, this is how we intend to fight corruption, and this is how people who will be, caught in the corrupt practices will be prosecuted. Until the president can come out with that kind of thing, everybody will just think that he's joking, and his action on corruption is not really, enforced. And I want to agree with Mohammed. The president needs to act. He really needs to sit down and figure out how he's going to act into making sure what he's saying is being enforced and brought to reality. So, I agree with you.
Mama, do you think the cemetery effect here is and Jowea is going to explain out here? So Jowea has cemetery, right? And cemetery, he couldn't get rid of cemetery, but everybody was complaining about corruption of cemetery. He has Samara Wodokoti. We were beating on Samara Wodokoti. The people say they even a senator now turn off follow Miguel, and we can name them, so many of them, but Jowea couldn't get rid of them. Therefore, the corruption took toll on Jowea, whether he was directly involved or indirectly, and it brought Jowea down. Jowea now in history as one-term president. Mommy, what say you before we go to Dr. Beauclerc with this kind of things we are seeing, that people in and out around the president tying his hand on his fight against corruption, Mommy?
There will always be elements. I mean, the society is big. There will always be elements and people who intend on just using government as a source of getting rich, whether it's temporary or not. People will always be there. You can bring McKinnon Tiawan Gonglo, you make him president today, you will still see those people there. But the position the president take sets this tune. If President Bouaka was bold as he should be, we wouldn't be interpreting his statement on the show. The first word I will come from out of somebody say, but why are you talking about Bouaka endorsing corruption when the man is taking drastic action? The people were not even listening to you because his action will have already preceded the interpretation. People will be referring, the ordinary people will be referring to things that have happened in the fight against corruption. And there will be no need to argue. But in as much as we say that, we want to clarify here again today that there were two things in the election. It was about rescue and recovery. The election of President Bouaka successfully rescued the country. What has not happened is that the administration has not been able to recover the country at the pace we anticipated. But in terms of rescue, the country was rescued.
Why, mommy? 1 year gone already. Why? Why you saying
that's why I'm saying the recovery process. Take for an example, somebody is in fire dying.
Are we still on recovery?
I'm coming to you. The recovery will last for 5 years, Stanton.
Oh yeah?
Oh yes. The recovery was not intended to be for 1 year. I am not satisfied with the pace of the recovery. In fact, I'm disappointed with the pace of recovery. But what
so the CDC pretty much were recovering for UP 12 years.
Hold on, Clayton. We gotta bring other people. But I mean, let's make this interesting. Thank you. If the CDC right now we got 1 year of rescue, 5 years of recovery, what are we going to the next level?
Let me lay my thought.
Yes, sir.
And I will give you an example. Somebody is burning in fire. You move them, you pick them up, you have rescued them. You take them to the hospital. That process of bringing them back to life is the recovery process. What we experienced under the last 6 years was like somebody in fire. The election of Joseph Bouaka rescued the country. What is not happening at the pace we want is the recovery process. That recovery process is what we're criticizing. Some of the things we're criticizing in our recovery process is, what are you doing with the investigation on Medtech? What are you doing with the audit findings? Those are some of the mistakes in the recovery process we're highlighting. As a recovery, you want to be honest with the people. It is the George Weah family group, the George Weah company, that sued as a recovery and asked the Supreme Court to stop as a recovery from operating in the country. That case is currently on the Supreme Court desk. It has been there for over 7 months. The Supreme Court have not decided. It is just we had to sue asset recovery. That's the reason why asset recovery is not working. And Sam Johnson knows that. Asset recovery is not working not because Joe Booker doesn't want it to work. Asset recovery is not working because asset recovery went straight for the president's transaction, former president's transaction. He used his lawyers, they sue asset recovery to the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court to debar asset recovery. That case is there, and stay order is on asset recovery's operation until a court ruling is released. That's the fact. So yes, the rescue was successful. The recovery process is slow.
Thank you, Mambe. Glenny, then we'll go to Dr.
I wanted to point out something.
No, we'll come to you. Let Glenny speak, then we'll go to Dr. Bope, because then after everybody, yeah, you spoke already. Glenny?
So I listened to Uncle Sam and a lot of allegations to President Boycott. When you're saying, oh, he knew about it, it's almost like you know for a fact. You have evidence that Boycott conspired with Grisby to do certain things. When you also say, I'm looking on Dillon's page for the post where Darius Dillon said that Joseph Boycott was fired because of corruption. I'm looking for that. When you're on this such a platform, you're making these allegations. There has to be proof, because if people do them for you, do them to you, Uncle Sam, that would not be correct. If you're making assumptions, it's different from being factual. When you're coming and you're linking Joseph Boycott directly to corruption, and you're also linking him to several things that are happening in the government to say for a fact that you know it, then you need to show us the evidence. But you have no evidence. You're making assumptions. You're assuming that these things, black and white, is supposed to be black because he's the president. And to sit here and hear you say those things, I don't think they're fair. Because if somebody were to say those things about you and say some of the things they say about you, I don't believe them. Because I know some of the things people just say, they don't have the proof. And you talk about proof all the time. And for you to come and say these things and make these statements, these strong statements, alleging that the president is involved in corruption with its different alliances, I don't think that's fair, Uncle Sam. I don't think that's right if you don't have the proof. And if you have the post with Darius Dillon, please tag me in it. Because I even texted Dillon, I want to see that post where Dillon wrote, insinuating or saying clearly that the president was fired because of corruption.
I just put it in our chat room. You can see it. It's there now. You can see it now.
Yeah, I will look there, and I hope it's clear that
it is there, and I hope you apologize.
I hope that Dillon said your Dillon quote, you were saying that Darius Dillon said that Joseph Boycott was fired.
Okay, so Glenny, let's put a post up. Uncle Sam, hold on 1 minute. You say you put it in the chat room, we'll put it up there and we'll see what it's there, because it's on Dillon page when he posted that a long time ago. Dr. Bopla, let's hear you, man. There you, sir. And then we will go to our brother Ed Vernon Gray. Dr. Bopla?
And I hope you apologize, Glenny.
I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to read it because I have to also look at context.
Uncle Sam, let's wait.
I'm going to look at context of when it was said.
Speaking, Glenny. Dr. Bopla is speaking. Let's wait 1 minute. Dr. Bopla, please.
Thank you, CEO. So I'm glad we're moving a little bit past the president's clarification. I totally agree with Mame, and I've been on record numerous times that the government is too slow and not bold on fighting corruption. You know, we had the asset recovery, and then it just fizzled, and then plenty of accusations, and then with no conclusions, and then suspension for too long a period in strategic areas. I would like to see the government actually step up its game. Look, people respond to your actions, not just your words. So the government has not shown itself to be bodacious and bold when it comes to fighting corruption. And you start to do that, we'll see a shift. And actually, recovery comes quicker and better when you do that. But if you're not going to be that strong on fighting corruption, then introduce some national initiative that can affect the lives of ordinary Liberians. For example, electricity, connectivity. I mean, Magibi, I struggle to get on the show, CEO, night after night. Why are we still having this problem? Water. When we ever going to get clean drinking water in 30% of the country? Why are we building new homes and with no sign of water and sewer? And everybody's responsible for themselves. If the government were undertaking those things, it would be a new day on the ground. And then people will say, okay, you may not be fighting corruption like we want you to, but look what you're doing. Housing. Housing is our number one, a person's number one need. Everybody need a place to stay. Why don't we have low housing apartments in all 15 counties? So nothing bold, big, and national that affects the macro economy that's happening. Then you're not fighting corruption, you're slow rolling. So then people be very concerned. I'm one of those people. Let's do something bold that will help people and change the narrative, and people will see that the government is moving to affect people's lives in a positive way. So, we're 1 year down, but we're 5 years to go. We still have time, but we can't drag this thing out until we get to year 4 and year 5. People won't be paying attention anymore. They'll be thinking about the next election. I hope the president can use the new year to turn a new page of a new national attitude towards national development. I remain hopeful. Thank
Thank
you,
you very
Stanley.
much. Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. Let me bring in Conor Gray, then we'll go to the conversation about the how you call it, the university. That's a good topic that the
Just,
Poplar
Ken,
is
I need
bringing
to
up.
respond to Glenda
Yeah, but
David.
Conor Gray have not spoken yet.
Okay,
We
let me
have to
speak.
go to
I
Conor
need to
Gray.
respond.
Yeah, yes. Let Conor Gray come in, please. Conor Gray.
Stanton, many people would like to run for the presidency, including myself. But when I turn around and look at my bank account, it compels me not to even endear myself into that realm. I say this to say that too many people were engaged with the Buckeye campaign, and people who are now saying that they are in position because of their contribution financially to the process. These kinds of bold steps sometimes undermines anyone's integrity or even the resilience to fight corruption. Others are saying that the only reason why Funati Kofa is being removed was because he brought up the issue of audit, which would tie so many individuals to, to whatever is going up, whatever went on in government either in the past or even in present. Now, if you want to fight corruption and all of this baggage, this appendices, these fixtures are just hanging on you, it's like there's a closet of actions that probably will come out if you endear yourself to fight corruption. So as a result, you see the hesitancy for someone to even make that move. I'm saying this, too many. Even the guy at the port, they say, he supported President Buakai's campaign, so he was rewarded. And look around; those are the kind of things that are coming out. So how would you be robust if you have these kinds of things, looming on you? And so I would say that probably he had the intention initially when he was coming in. We all have intentions in life, but the process that got you there probably has has even stampeded your any resolve you had to come in and fight corruption. So as a result, I agree with Dr. Brooklyn. Find something that people will mark you for. I don't think President Buckeye has demonstrated that he is the right figure to fight corruption, either because of these things that are hanging on him, or people who made contribution in the past, or people who hence are in the cookie jar. All of this can stop you, but if you pivot and go to start making some national infrastructure development, road network, road connectivity, and all of this, sometimes it will supersede any fight against corruption, because I don't believe President Barker has that intention. Even the war crimes court, I don't believe it's going to go anywhere. Now I'm joining Samuel Jackson. The fact about the matter is that there are too many things that are coming up now that says this president is not going to be able to do any of those. Focus your action. I remember his first time was road, road, road. Just do road, road, road. Liberia will be fine under his watch. That's a good legacy.
Okay.
So thank you very much. I think we are where we should be. It's very important. Augustin, waste more now.
I think it would be courteous to let me respond.
Yeah, Augustin, let's do this.
Okay, great.
Augustin,
First of all, Glenn, you and I are not friends of battle.
Augustin, wait 1 minute. Augustin, wait 1 minute. When we get to the next topic, use your time to respond to.
No, but why is fresh in the audience mind? I like to respond. I think that's a fair thing.
Guys, I will not have it today. I beg you. Anyway, Uncle Sam, when we get to the next conversation, of course we are. You can come.
But what's stopping you from letting me talk for 2 minutes?
No, because then Glenn will have to respond to. We don't have time.
Then we're switching to another topic. I need to respond because my integrity was calling the question.
Uncle Sam, we gave you only 1 minute though. 1 minute we gave you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm not Darius Dillon. Darius Dillon put that on his page with newspaper clippings. And you saw the newspaper clippings, I put it in there, and now you say I was lying.
You're not telling the truth.
No, Glenny, well, let you finish. I'm begging you. Glenny, let him finish. Let him finish.
Now they're saying it's a military leader. It was allegations of corruption, and therefore he was not convicted. But there were allegations of corruption. That's what I said. Number two, he was involved in the 285 machines. He said Double Jala will pay for it. Disregarding the PPCC regulations. He was involved. They ordered to take the cars from NASCAR. Crispin wrote on his order. That is a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact. So those three things I said. ADA Lab, he was involved. $30 million from the Libyans. The machines are cannibalized in FOIA. That's a fact. Those are the four things I said. So why would you call me a liar? Those are facts. Allegation of corruption. He was not convicted. I never say he was convicted. You want to ask Darius Dillon whether he posted that? You should do that. So apologize. That's it.
Okay. So Augustin, Glenny, hold on 1 minute. We have to go. The back and forth will not be continued because we have to bring in this conversation. Right now it's 10:43 in Liberia. We beg. We have many on the show. Let's just move on. Let me bring in Government, Dr. Bupla, you bring in the university conversation up because it's passionate to you. You really want to talk about this thing like everyone else. Why you think 1 year into the president government, education is part of the arrest agenda, and the University of Liberia today is still closed? Did to open or no? Dr. Bupla.
Thank you, Stanton. So education is part of the president arrest agenda. That's from K through college, okay? All of that's important. University of Liberia, though, is the largest university in the nation, has the largest enrollment. And from back in the day, when I was a student to now, the university closes, opens, strikes, closes, open. And for some reason, we have, I think, accepted that it's just okay. We'll open when we open, we'll close when we close. That's the way it is. And I wonder why we find ourselves in this place. It's a pathetic place. Why we find ourselves in this place? Look, the university needs a major overhaul. And I think it begins with structure and authority. Just because the government owns a school, it doesn't mean that the government should be running the school in almost every significant way. I'll just give one example and we'll move forward. The University of Liberia, the leadership gets appointed. In academia, if you want the best people, you do not appoint, you actually hire. I was part of two presidential search teams for Shepherd University in West Virginia. That's a government university. You wouldn't know that though, because it's run like a private school. We hired two presidents. I was served as part of that team. We had committees, we had communities, five staff, students, community. We picked the best people. Don't send people to the university just because you want to send them. Let the university hire people who will run the school. You will get the best people. Second, stop treating the university like a second class school. There are problems in the society, we know that. But the university is not necessarily the mouthpiece for all those issues. Create a different platform. Make the university or university. And three, make a bigger investment there so that when students come, they see value added. And if I don't help move forward, and I'll be losing something. So the president and his team need to get to work immediately and open the it's so unfair to the students. I have one university student right here in my house, and she's not in school. Bright young lady, she's not in school. She's just sitting here. Every time I come, I say, "When your school?" I know. What kind of country does that? It's biggest university, and we don't know. Set a deadline, provide temporary leadership, bring somebody who has some creativity and energy, and take your hands off the university small. Just because you own it, it doesn't mean you have to run it. The university needs to open and it needs to be run differently. It's a pride for the whole nation if we do it right. It's a shame on the whole nation if we do it the way we're doing it. So I hope we can find a way forward to open the university and keep it open.
So there's the folks that texted. They said the only thing we needed from President Barker, the only one thing we needed was the gift from the president for our Christmas for him to appoint the president and open the university. These are some of the students sending the messages. That all they were asking for. And guys, this is very serious. I'm uploading some of the reason that teachers couldn't get paid. Other issues, the document that we have that listen, the campus is filthy. The bathroom, the cafeteria, no clinical lab, no nothing whatsoever. And just to find a precedent, it's been almost 7 months. They cannot. And here we are, the Liberia University is closed. Let me come to you, Paul Kennedy. I think it was Hugh Clinton. Let me come to you on the Liberia University. People say the LU or UL, whatever it is. Let's talk.
Look, I think the University of Liberia for a long time has been more of a political environment than academic, and that's some of the problems, or at least the core of the problem we are seeing. The issue of finding presidents and the politics surrounding it. And I agree with Dr. Brooklet. We need to move away from the too much governmental influence within the university setting. We have to keep it purely academic. I don't know about university yet that the governor appoints the the president of the university. I think usually is the board. They have a board of trustees that is hiring people and stuff like that. In Liberia, you have the president has to do appointment. The appointment is political, and so because of the president is beholden to the president, then it becomes the issue with party politics, and then the students movement. I've always had the opinion that when I go to university campus, I think it's a mess. I've given my personal experience when I get on the campus and see students in class and the music blasting from the student center. You send in one classroom and the people yelling and marching to the Palava horse, you can better. Yeah, that's not a school environment. That is nowhere for anyone to be learning. I don't know how people do it, but that is no place. So there has to be serious reform at the university, and this government can do more. We first investing in the infrastructure, investing in the human resource capacity of the university. And it's a shame actually that the university is not open. This should be a priority. How can anyone think you can develop any nation when the very foundation of developing a nation, educating the young people, is not giving any priority. I think the government should have dropped everything and made this a priority, opening the University of Liberia. And it's just a damn shame that this is happening. That's pretty much it.
Paul Kennedy, let's talk to us about, I mean, that's your area, Paul. Talk to us. What's going on here? Is that another failure within the first year of the Barker administration that the
Well,
students are now out?
I will not blame that solely on Buckeye. Look, Stanton, most of what's happening in our country or what's not happening should be blamed on the legislature. Just like Dr. Broples said, for you to have the president appointing the president of all of the higher institutional learning across the country that is public, come on, man. Why are we? So the legislature should clearly delineate some of that, take some of that power from the president. They should go and say, listen, our schools will have board of education director, and those director will search and find precedents to run them. Yeah, Dr. Broples, imagine the University of Maryland being shut down indefinitely without any structure. Nobody knows when it's going to open. The kind of chaos you are having in the state of Maryland will not be easy.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
Yeah, but imagine that, right? This is the situation our colleagues at the University of Liberia endure right now at the moment. They have uncertainty. None of them actually knows when the school will open. They are clearly uncertain of what's happening. Students go to that university sometimes 6 or 7 years just to acquire a bachelor degree. I know some people who stay there 4 years still trying to get an AA, an associate. People be there for 8, 9 years. Zekwe, and they're saying so. Amanda, all of these terminology, politically infested terminology, generates out of the university. It has become more a political institution than actually an institution of learning. So I think we should be talking about reform here. There's the need for reformation of the university, in fact, our entire school system. But let's start off from the university level. That's the one that is in shambles right now. You can see that, we're talking about allocating $1.8 million on the budget to rehabilitate or to renovate the burned down Capitol building. The other day, Senator Snow was here with us, and he said they actually put some money on the budget for opening of the school. So he's hoping that the school will be open soon. But let them go beyond that. Let them go back and look at the structure. Why should the president be appointing the president for BWI? Why should the president be appointing the president for Tottenham University? The president of the Republic of Liberia has too much thing to do than to be looking to appoint presidents of universities, right? Those things can be handled by the board of the university in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, if they want to extend it to the government sector and to that level. So I just think that we are depriving, our nation from developing. Any nation that does not have a strong foundation in education will lag behind the other nations. I can tell you that. We should have a strong research foundation, and that hub should be at the University of Liberia Extension. So I think we should pay some more attention to the
Let me hold you right there real quick, Paul. Don't drag it too long. Amongst them all, the president opening a PhD section at the university. The university closed though, but then he went to open a PhD. Let me bring Mama in on this one. So it closed, right? But you open a PhD session, no current, social darkness. Then you bring an online program, no library, no internet system that they have harmonized the internet. What's the hell going on? Who advising President Barker on these things? And 1 year is wasted. Mama, talk to me, and Big Glenny can agree. And I see Dwalo in the back. Let me bring him on. Mama, go ahead, talk to us, sir.
Dr. Brooklyn laid it out very well. I mean, all through, I didn't even think about it. When he talked about the need to devolve the authority of appointing at the university from the president, then my antenna started connecting different things. You understand me? I started to think about how effective It would be if the president just say the Nima Community College at the Nima superintendent and your people, you decide with the board on who runs the university. I will hold you accountable. You go to Magibi in Kakata, that authority is placed to the board of trustees and the superintendent. You say, you make that decision. I will hold you accountable to deliver in education. I mean, those people will take it as their own and they feel like they need to report to the president. The president reports to technically no one in this case. People slip names between and they get appointed in those counties. I think we need to rethink that. Maybe you need to go one step further. Maybe you read a concept note on how this can happen. Since it happened in other places, it wouldn't be a whole lot of research to do. But I think that's where we should go to. Imagine the president has so much thing to do than to be appointing community college president in Grand Jide. I mean, really? All the things the president get to do, he has to be bothered with making decisions on who runs a community college in Grand Jide County, in Maryland, in Bomi County. I think that's what I take from this conversation. How can we transform the process of making these decisions and holding these people accountable? Regarding the university, disappointed. Like that person wrote, the greatest Christmas benefit we would have received from our president was the announcement of the opening of the university. It touched me because all through my life, I believe in nothing. I survive on nothing besides what I learned. And it's not all about big book. It's just basically how solid you learn something small and live on it. See that person writing. The only thing we hope our president could do for us for Christmas was to announce to us the opening of our university. Go today and ask those at the university. Nobody can tell you a specific date the university will open. So what planning process do you have in place? That you cannot even say that all the things I'm doing, there will be any this time and the university will be opening this time. That's recklessness to the highest level. At the university, the center of knowledge, and nobody can tell you a specific date that the school will open. What are you doing that no timeline is attached to? What are you doing? It's a disappointment.
Standard.
So that problem will come to there, allow others to talk.
I just want to inject a small piece of information, please, if you don't mind. So,
go ahead, sir.
The first time I served on the presidential search team, the format really impressed me. So we narrowed it down to 3 candidates. We have 5 different groups interview those people with the same questions: student, teachers, or faculty, we call it, staff, administrator, and the community. So you come on campus and you this hour you with these people, and next hour these people. And we take all of the people's comments, the rubric, and bring it to the search team. I was so impressed with it because by the time you go through that sifter, you pick the best questions. So what I really got from that is not just their qualification, their resume, but their vision and their willingness to connect with this new community that want to come and serve. That was powerful to me. And we can replicate some of the same thing, like Mama was saying, the president ain't got too much to do with but who will be in charge of Nima community college.
Let's hear the others. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear the order. Glendy, talk to us on the university issue.
So I think everybody more or less are saying what's expected, what should happen. I am a product of the University of Liberia. I'm also a part of the Alumni Association in the States of the University of Liberia. I think now it's time where when you see that the government does not think for a university to be close or almost, some people say it's been a year, could be less, I'm not sure. That's serious. That's a serious business that the country or the government does not think that is a priority for its highest learning institution to be open. While you have private universities all around the University of Liberia that's open. That's a problem. Now, who's responsible? The government is responsible. There's an educational minister. So the education minister, is this not a priority? Even for like Stanton talked about the PhD program that was just started. So we started a PhD program only for the rest of the university to be closed within a month. This is something that needs to be addressed. But equally so, I think the University Alumni Association can also start asking questions. Like they are a stakeholder, we are a stakeholder of the university, so we can go and ask. If it's the education minister, we ask, or if it's a letter written to President Parker, we should ask that. I think it's sad that students are just laying around and no school to go to, no way to go further their education because the school is closed. Somebody also talked about the senators or the representatives. What is wrong? What is wrong? It is in all fairness, this is a systemic problem. I listen to Anthony Clinton making it appear like he wasn't in Liberia. He doesn't know the early crisis or early problem, a long-term problem. He jumped away straight to current day. It's a systemic problem. There's always been a problem with continuing the functional portion of LU being functional. That has been a problem. Even if you do research or whatever, something needs to happen. They need to fix what this problem is so that the government's highest institution, some people, they can't afford to send their children to private universities. They cannot. And to see that we have all of these people, all the educated people all around, and even in the government, and we still can't keep the university open, that's a problem. And that's something that has to be a priority and not on the back burner. We're wanting to open new universities. We need to fix the ones we have here first and see how we can sustain their being functional before we move into other directions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glendy. Again, I want to welcome. I think we all spoke. Conor Gray, you have not spoken on this, and then we'll bring in Dwight Conor Gray, the university issue.
You know, Santa, I'm also a product of the University of Liberia. Matter of fact, when I entered the university, there was this class between Mary, Anthony Brown, Sherman. That's how long it's been. And government, or the presidency in general, even though they tried to mitigate that moment when they said the president was a visitor of the university, in other words, to say he's not engaged or involved with the day-to-day running of the institution. But come on, if you can appoint someone, definitely, as the chancellor, definitely you have a say in how the university is run. It's just simply too political. Matter of fact, they moved Sherman. They brought somebody who some people thought was on the yes side of the president. Um, Dr. Yekison, who was not even a student of the university, never went there, but they broke that culture that they went to work and brought him just so because they felt that he was in on the yes side of of President Doe. And but good thing he came in because he introduced the trimester culture. We used to do 2 semesters, but when he came in, because the university was closed half of the time that university we probably will go to school 1 semester a year up to his arrival. But he brought some changes. But the university, I think, when people begin to lower the bar of the university, the admission process. One time it was so difficult to get to the University of Liberia because it was one of the best schools. Taking an exam would not just take you there. There were other also, but the number one thing you have to pass that exam. But I think, President, we have all made it worse. Look, I went to a government institution, and not because we say it's government institution, so therefore you consider it to be free for all. The University of Minnesota is one of the most expensive universities even though it's a state-run university, but the idea that I will go there because it's government university, I should go there free, that is also damaging the University of Liberia today, especially with funding. Now, if you take that process and really scrutinize it and bring people to run the university, they're going to get paid. So they're not going to say because it's a government institution, I'll give my maybe Dr. Brapler then can do that where they give their services to the university free. But for how long? So I think that they firstly need to come back and and resuscitate that process where let the poor have look when it's free, people will not value it. When they have to put money out of their pocket, take money out of their pocket to sustain the university through whatever it takes to go to school, it's so expensive to seek education, but it's still the cheapest means. Try ignorance. The thing about life is, let us continue to say this university was damaged when they made it a tuition-free university. The government just don't have that fund. Matter of fact, it's not even on the priority list. So the money you pay is what sustains the university. I know people are going to get angry with me, but if you're going there free and it's closed half of the time, what education are you getting? But if your cash can support your endeavor, definitely the University of Liberia will bounce back, and then let them restrict the admission process. It's just too loose and open. Anybody can go to the university these days. That's why you see the value has gone through the window. We'll have to have that institution back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's going great. Thank you. Dwalu, take us on this university conversation tonight, and then we'll move to the next one.
Thank you so much to the audience. Thank you. I'm late again. Dr. Brupler, hopefully the government listens and takes your recommendation on how we hire university administrators, because this is not something that should be appointed. It should be a no-brainer. And I'm going to say this to the president directly. Every time we make these petty mistakes, we open the government for criticism that it should not be going through to begin with. I've said this on the show many times. I don't know why the president will appoint anybody below minister position. Let me repeat. There should be no appointment below ministerial post. I'm talking about minister proper. Everything else should go through the civil service agency. But it seems we take the country in a way where superintendent in Riverside is appointed by the president. I mean, you just think about it. Superintendent is far removed. He or she should be far removed from the bureaucracy from Monrovia. It should be localized to the people's agenda. Honorable President, when these type of things happened a few times ago, I want you guys to think about the caliber of graduates that LU was putting out pre-1989. This was a great university, y'all. My father told me great stories about the university. He never went to the University of Liberia. He came to America before he went to school, but he told me great stories about our university. Exchange student. We've lost all of that. What we've done, we politicize an entire institution of learning. Government says something that is profound. This is not a place to be learning. When I made the argument here that the way we run the colleges in Liberia, we are denying our children proper education, making them not to read on level to be comparable to the rest of the world. People say, oh, Dwalu, you get jealous because you go to school. I'm a high school graduate. I will celebrate this every single time. But I will say this to you. Let's be frank. Is this the caliber of graduates we should be putting out? It is not against the students. It is a system that is denying our children proper education. This is the issue. And this falls on the president's lap. But I will second what Colonel Gray said. Do you want a free education where you're out of school half the year? Or do you want to pay something where you make sure school is always open? Education is not free. It doesn't matter where you go across the globe. You have to pay something for it. And secondarily, the government has not made preparation to make the entire educational system free. Now, people will say I criticize President Weah. There was a knee-jerk decision that was made to make the university free. I would have preferred he made primary and secondary education free as opposed to the university. When you get to the university level, you at least have a high school education, a solid high school education. You can educate yourself beyond anything in high school education. You can read in a book and become an expert in it if you have a solid high school education. Honorable Parker, you have to fix this. This is bad for the government. This is a poor decision coming from the government. If the government does not fix this, I don't know how you're gonna get the manpower to build the human capital index in the country when the university is closed. I think LU has close to 35,000 students. They just sitting at home. And first of all, when they even graduate, there is no job. When I begin to talk about the job, begin to say, "Oh, do I don't want the government to do everything in one day?" The government can chew gum and walk at the same time. Sentiment, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say this. And this is where we come at and people get vexed. Don't get vexed, man. Let's try. Let's push. Let's push Omen Bwaka. Let's strengthen him. It's not about CDC, Unity Party, imposition, opposition. This is exactly what President Bwaka ran on. Unity Party Platform 2023. Agriculture, roads. Rule of law, they broke that. Now the removal of the speaker, they broke rule of law. Education, sanitation is done in a way. And roads by money going down. We're talking about road today, we're talking about education. Look at education ingrained. And look at the University of Liberia, or the Liberia University that Paul Kennedy wanted me to say. Which is which? Imagine, Uncle Sam, just imagine that we are here today talking about 1 year under this government. The place that the Stephen Johnson attended, Gafwan attended, and people in government, ministers and directors, they have forsaken. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a message for you today. Ask your senator whether his daughter, his son is at that university sitting home. Ask your lawmaker whether they're cheering in a university sitting home. Ask them. Ask them. You find the children in Cyprus, in Europe, in America, outside of Liberia, attending, while your poor children sitting home. Then you want us to sugarcoat this? That's a disgrace to the Union Party government. The president supposed to champion this thing like yesterday. People say, Stanton, they not find new university president. I care less. They are belated. They are late. Look at Dwalu. The estimation is wrong. I will take Dwalu on 35,000. You know how it is for 35,000 young men and women to sit there doing nothing? Then you blaming people for being Zogos and Zogis? You blaming the other man that kill his father because he said a parent getting Christmas money? You blaming somebody? Listen, let me say this. You are destroying the future of the country. It's wrong. We are not talking about primary school. We are not talking about secondary school. We are not talking about the high school, the day vocational. No, we are talking about the Liberia University. Ask the education minister, ask the senator, ask the finance minister, ask Mr. President, why is the university closed today, the 26th day of December, 2023? This is not what we asked for. Look at Tubman University. They were demonstrating again. Protests were taking place there. What a disgrace. What a shame. Oh, you can tell your own now. You think we fight for this thing to remove Joe? For us to say they want it too soon? Oh, I mean, your children, yeah, it's too soon. Who told you that it's too soon? It's late. 1 year gone. Education. Where in this place the government can boast about education? Why school fees stay on the book? Where in this place the government can boast about education within the year-end review? Where, Glenny? Where, Conan Gray? You want to bring the picture that Dwaru sent me from River says? The children are sitting out in the dust and jigger all in the toe, and they get nothing to write on, but the teacher there with 25 students, SOSO, Geo go. We pass it. We pass that, but people, no, SOSO, no more, we gone. No crayon, no blackboard, they're working on the wall. How can you go open a PhD? And I will rest it because that the Bible said, I'm going to hold on. So I will hold my peace tonight. I will rest on this one. We welcome PhD. Yay! No LEC. Amen. We welcome PSG. Hey, Banu. No internet. Amen. Are we Mumu? Come on, guys. It's not right, man. More Adi went to the University of Liberia. You went to Europe to get his advanced study. Stephen Johnson, you can name them all. Augustine Boy Gafwa, Americana, name them. Where are they today? Ask them. Your daughter is in University of Liberia? No. Your son there? No. I see why you say it shouldn't open. Because your children are there. Your cook is not there. Your bodyguard are in that university. I see why you're not opening. Because they are not there, my people. What will interest them to open it? When you wake up in the morning, your children are going there. They will not open it. Look at education here. Unity Party arrest agenda. The Unity Party constructed over 300 new schools and renovated hundreds. The 3 Royal Teacher Training Institute will make operational again training over 6,000 professional teachers to replace unqualified volunteers. You know, this is so bad. And I thought I want you to look at it, don't even read it, you know what? And then get yourself vexed. Tubman University in Maryland County, which currently serves as a regional institution of higher learning. We also constructed a new facility with state-of-the-art at the foreign institution. Where? State-of-the-art, UFNO campus, no electricity, no internet. Memorial Vocational Training Center, MVTC, you can go check it out on Japan Freeway something. I mean, why are we doing this, my people? Put all the things together and lie. May God save our state and open our eyes. This is your arrest agenda, education. When you're gone, we pray for a better next year. How can they say they put $33 million in the University of Liberia, but still they didn't get paid? Where that money gone? 33 million. Last year budget. Mama, where the money gone? $33 million. Million. Plenty of money.
Yeah, you said to arrest people.
Teachers didn't get paid. Then they say they're facing bathroom. They're facing toilet. May God save our state.
The arrest agenda.
Right now it's 6:18. Of course, it's 11:18 in Liberia. We want to say to all of you, there's an issue at the administrator. Anybody want to ask something? Because I'm moving to the next topic, though. Officer?
Look, the University of Liberia is someplace that I have a great deal of respect for. And one of the regrets that I have in my life is not attending the university. A lot of our best and our brightest went over there. And I think any government that is serious about building capacity should have as its number one priority the state university. I don't know what is obstructing the reopening of the university, but it is, let's just be very clear. This is a blot, a BLOT on the Burka administration. And I think people who are in the government, who went to the university, should do much more to ensure that this university is open, because it's a place of pride for Liberia, and a lot of the audience that may not understand the history of this country, but the history of the university. But the University of Liberia has played a pivotal role in the development of the country. A lot of important scholars and luminaries went to that great university, and it was at one time one of the greatest universities on the African continent, where people came from all over the world. It needs to be restored to its old glory. And that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think if anybody want to add, or else we are moving to the next conversation. We have to close the show in the next 40 minutes. Anybody have anything when you talk about the University of Liberia? Say your piece, or forever hold your peace. Say it now, or forever say your piece, whatever.
But since we get
Eduardo, talk to us.
Phrase. The closure of the university signifies the closure of Liberia. I want you to understand that. And I play close, it's like we close down as a country. Something has to get done. This is shameful. That's it. That's it.
Wow. So 1 year is in the book, and we are all here talking about one with the university open. Somebody says Stanton. They have found a teacher, president, I would say. They came out together. They got president for the University of Liberia. Then the president will report to the president, Jose Yumabaka, and they will look and listen. Those things are nonsense. The university will not be open in 5 days. We're done. We move on to 2025. We pray that the university is open, but again, as we all say, it's a problem. Mommy, let's talk about this medtech and the increase on the people. Medtech and the increase on the people. FIA, FIA said that listen, it was bad. The open an investigation. We also hearing that GAC also launched an investigation audit into medtech. What is going on, Mommy? Before we talk about what is happening at Finance Ministry, major corruption taking place at Finance Ministry. They have increased the price on something that should be around very cheap. Somebody name coming up, 2 of them. I have the information, and then I really want to discuss this in its entirety because again, I do not want to accuse anybody falsely, but this allegation, I pointed on the document I have received, and I received them yesterday. That a ball play. That's something small that will save the country money. The guys and jack the price up almost $250,000, and we have to discuss it. Mama, let's talk about medtech. You're raising the medtech issue. Where are we with this medtech thing? Why are they undergoing such a very, very big, major investigation from FIA, and now GAC is involved? You are muted.
I was just highlighting I mentioned medtech in passing, basically to say we made promises, and like people can say, oh, I mean, we talked to George Weah, but no, we were saying the right thing. It was not about George Weah. We were saying the right thing should be done. In this case with medtech, like Edwin Snow and other people, lawyers who say you can't cancel it because it is a legal contract with the government, but you can make it right. You can make it right. The PPCC chairman sat before the legislature and said Meta did not go through PPCC. We did not allow Meta to go through PPCC. You listen to that. They told you that Meta had multiple accounts in Senate session live. That Meta had multiple accounts, some of which resources were not directed to the LRA. You listen to that. They told you they had an account through which LRA was operating. Basically, what we're saying is, why stop this government from investigating those transactions and correcting the mistake that happened in the past? If you cannot correct it, then it suggests to us that the same reason why we did not allow Meta to pass through PPCC, the same reason why they allowed them to operate those different accounts without them being monitored, is the same reason why you're allowing it to happen. That could be a good assumption. We go 1 year, and as we go into next year, most of those unfinished businesses will be holding the government to account for them. You have to speak to the country. You have to say something. Everything cannot just be hush hush. Everything cannot be under secret. Policy decision of the government needs to be communicated to the people. When you are convinced that it is right, state it. Others will disagree. Plenty of people will disagree. But if you are convinced it is right, state it. It cannot be in secret all the time. This method issue, we need to know. Thank God we are in GAC auditing. But the audit should not end like the audit of the LTA. Because in the case of the LTA, it is the president that commissioned the audit. In the case of the central bank, it is the president that called for the audit. In the case of Medtech, we hear it is the president that called for the audit. What happened to the central bank audit? People enter into agreement. Pay me, I will step aside. What happened to the LTA audit? No action taken. So we hope it's not repeated with Medtech and other issues. We'll outline those issues from the beginning of the year to remind the president that, Mr. President, these are things that we need to fix. It's not because we criticize Joe we are, but because they are wrong. We need to correct them. We remind the president respectfully. We'll call his attention to those things, and Medtech is one.
If you talk about Meta, you can run from Meta and you're talking about LRA.
Correct.
The whole customs something. It's a whole cartel operation. They went against FIA and said, FIA, you got no moral right to access. Now they are agreeing with FIA, say we apologize, come and investigate us. We're going to open everything to you. But yes, the main reason why FIA going after them, Paul Kennedy, since I'm coming to you, if you ship your car to Liberia, your car you should be paying $1,500. Medtech is charging you $4,500, 3 times as much. And that's the question here as to why. It's money laundering, right? It's completely worse. And now where's the money going? They asked Double Jala. Double Jala said he's not part of it. They should go ask Medtech. Who actually overseeing Medtech here? Who actually overseeing Medtech? That's the question people saying. You go to Double Jala saying, I'm part of that one. You go to the Commerce Minister, they say, no, I mean, but I already get United States staffs in our car. We ain't part of AAG. Who actually overseeing Medtech? Is Medtech their own, entity here, Paul Kennedy? Okay, Paul left. Let me bring in Paul. Are you with us?
So because I was accused for signing as AI, my wife actually got me a sophisticated microphone for my Christmas.
Amen.
For my Christmas gift. So now I'm in studio.
She trying, man.
Smarty, we're talking here.
The woman not like for me to be disgraced and embarrassed. You're coming.
It's sorry for though. It's very sorry for. I hope you brought all the money to her. That was so nice of her, man.
So you call me AR, and then you see what she did. But the issue of MedTech has been beating on for a while, and I think we need to be realistic about it. Like you asked the right question: who has an oversight of MedTech? Right? Look, Stanton, in any society, if you have organizations being self-run, especially organizations that should be accountable to the country, they will have the tendency to do whatever they want to do. So we all got it now that MedTech existence may have started wrongly. As a country, we should be figuring out how do we correct the wrong from the past so that it cannot continue to affect the progress and forward march of our country, and of course, the beneficiaries who tend, in this case, to be the citizens, right? So there's a lot of things we need to look at. How does LRA and the MedTech relationship come into play? What is actually the function of MedTech in the absence of what's happening at LRA? These are the kind of questions we need to be asking, but I always throw my hands back to the legislature. Every legislature, the executive has their own part to play, but we are talking about our lawmakers who have oversight on these agencies to make sure they are doing the right thing and not, that are not adversely affecting the people. So there's a lot of things we need to talk about. We've been saying MedTech has been corrupt from the beginning. The whole thing came about, we even flagged out the relationship of how MedTech was giving money to LRA. Some of the money LRA was taking to back up for executive branch of government members in the point in case with the Commerce Minister, right? So what is MedTech doing? Why did we beat upon it in the first government? Now we are all sitting and playing shoo-shoo on it in the second government. So we should come back to the drawing board. As the year is coming to an end, we should be charging our lawmakers with the responsibilities to actually draw some of these things back to the light. We need to know, why is MedTech charging 3 times the actual cost value of bringing your car to the country? And who's being hurt most? The citizens, people who are trying to find their old car here to bring to the country. You sometimes get discouraged because of the charges that come with getting a car to Liberia. So there's a lot of things that needs to be done. We need to call the attention of our lawmakers so that they can begin to consider some of these things, that will come back to affect us adversely. Thank you, Stanton.
Yeah, thank you very much. Who we bringing on? I think it's you, Dr. Bopler. Let's talk about this MedTech, and then we'll go to Sis Glendy. Dr. Bopler, man, it doesn't look good. I'm uploading some of the document we received about what is destroying MedTech and calling for. Actually, let me announce they are calling for international investigation likewise, because MedTech also has a branch in Dubai, somewhere around the Arab area. Dr. Bopler?
Stanton, the port system of Liberia, is particularly the National Port Authority, we call it a gateway to our economy. The port is critical, and it actually it can encourage or discourage investment. I, like many Liberians, have personally been affected by this port. The system is terrible. It's not just that they overcharge you, but they create this air of uncertainty that you don't show how much you will really pay to clear your goods. When you make this system simple, you will create volume, you will make more money, you will be efficient, and the economy works better. And so we have, anytime you introduce a system, remember we had all of these complicated things we used to do. We do our thing, we send it to India, they do the pay, do all those things. When you get your goods get to Monrovia, that whole different thing to start again. And it just burdens people such that people start to shift, send their goods to Sierra Leone, to Guinea, taking business from Liberia. Efficiency of these kind of strategic government entities with medtech and other involved is critical. And that's another area where we can improve so that the economy attracts more revenue for the government and for the people. So I think overall there is important. And we shouldn't get involved in these things that burdens the economy. Anything that burdens the people will discourage investment. And we should be on top of those kinds of things. And that's a place that the government can correct and make better. It's not working well. Um, and as a result, it discourages investment capital.
So before I leave here and go to Sis Glendy, at the end of everything you say, it's not working well. How long will you be saying that to people?
As long as it's not working well, I'll say as long as it's not working well.
But yet we still remain hopeful though. When it comes to medtech, it's not working well. When it comes to this one, it's not working well. 1 year gone, 1 year in the book already. The question we are asking, mom may know where we're coming from with this thing. Who are the new players on the block? The Thomas Donan, may his soul rest in peace, he gone. Who is the new Thomas Donan? The Amos Tware. Who is the new Amos Tware when you talk about medtech? The Joe Manawia. Who is the new Joe Manawia when you talk about medtech? Glendy, let's hear you. The meta thing getting so bad, I'm about to post the new players that we see that people referencing them, writing letters to them, people saying, don't talk, be quiet, let's play alone. And I'll put this document up, the one I'm allowed to pull up. Glendy, let's talk.
What can I add? This medtech thing has been going on. We're still talking about medtech almost a year later. In the beginning, we spoke about it. They were supposed to renew their contract or to retract their contract. Well, I mean, whatever we're saying here, it continues to exist. I don't think I can add or make a difference in the discussion because it's a constant discussion. Nothing substantive has happened to change their interactions with the Liberian government. The poor people continue to suffer. The roads continue to suffer. I mean, there's really nothing until the government decides that this is something that they need to make a change on or make a change with so that it becomes even more expedient for the benefits of Liberians. I don't know what else to say.
Wow. Well, I think Eduardo, let's hear from you. Let's close up on this medtech thing.
Stanton, look, let me say this. If we don't kill corruption, corruption will continue to kill us. I don't know how to sugarcoat things. I'm going to say this. Every single time, from as far back as I can remember, from a child, we would say, things will get better, but yet and still the people continue to suffer. Our people continue to suffer every single time, nothing gets better. Look, I don't know one society that has ever fought corruption with timidity or passivity. A calculated degree of force has to be introduced. Look, when Chicago wanted to get rid of some of this mob, some extrajudicial methods were introduced. New York City, when Rudy Giuliani was mayor of that city, he went to extra length to pass new laws to make sure the city got back to order. From Louisiana to the Gulf Coast, here in Providence, even in Boston with the Irish mob. You are not going to fight corruption in Liberia by talking, by saying, you're like getting men to the very corrupt court system. You have to be constitutionally brutal about the fight of corruption in Liberia, or it's not going to stop. The Singapore we celebrate today, read Lee Kuan Yew's book, read some of his messages in Singapore before he got that country back to order. He was brutal when it comes to enforcement of the law. And every time we say, people think it's, oh, my man, look, a man who lives off of corruption, an organization who prosper because of corruption, they are not going to leave corruption because you make a pitiful face or because 25 Mamusus die in real life. This is how they make the money. In fact, they see the deaths in Liberia as part of their profit margin. We're not saying this. I want people to go do their own research. Honorable Bwaka, you have an awesome responsibility. And every president that preceded you, I don't think they took that responsibility very seriously when it comes to the issue of corruption. Even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf herself said she did fail when it comes to corruption. President Weah said we were all ready to get ready to prosecute people. Honorable Bwaka, what are you going to say? What are you going to say, sir? This is an awesome, golden opportunity to leave a great legacy to your people. Are we going to be sitting here for another 5 years and it's going to be, the pape trial? What about the children that we are going to fail once more again? Stanton mentioned the issue because the children are not there. Me and Zoe Pedro had a conversation on this website. He said he built a school in Grand Gila County. When I asked him whether his children were going to that school, he said, oh, just because I suffer, that means my children will suffer. The implication was, my children are there. Send your children to France to go to school. And you want me to believe that this is an adequate place to send our children. If you occupy a statutory position in the Republic of Liberia, and your part of your duty is to make sure Bapuru County have proper educational system, the school you intend to send your children to, you have to fight like rabbit dog to make sure that school is comparable to the ones you send your children to, even if you don't send your children to Bapuru school. I will continue to say this. If Dwalo decides to become a superintendent of Riverside, me and my children will go live in Riverside. I really believe this. Or else don't take the job. If you want to be a senator of Riverside, of Grand Gila, have your home in Grand Gila County. We live in a society center where we paying people more than $3,000. I still don't see the justification for this in this country. Look at the socioeconomic condition of this very society. $3,000 in the private sector. There are not too many Liberians can make that kind of money. I can guarantee you I cannot count more than 1,000 Liberians in Liberia making $3,000. I'm talking about business people. I'm talking about working for companies. Everybody, you go to government, you want to live like you're a king in a third world country with absolutely no money. Less than $1 billion budget. That money, that not anything. You pay the people all that kind of plenty of money. Then we're allowing a foreign company to come to our country and eat our lunch. And we just sit down and talk while LU remains closed. What Vonjima multilateral looks like somewhere, if you're in Liberia, it's not bad, but the school not bad. Over the school get everything. Let me tell you, schools are not small thing. Schools are beautiful place. Look, when you developing the mind, it's not just the board the children with you, it's the environment they're in. All I want to get made a child be smart, goo. But when you talk here, they say, oh, the man are in no book. You're not going to talk anything. It's not about knowing book. Our children have to be better than us. Stanton.
I think it's material.
Yeah, then we'll go to Clinton to close on this. Uncle Sam, go ahead.
Oh, look. And I know y'all get vexed with me again. No, I haven't talked about it yet. I know y'all get vexed with me again.
Clinton will close, but I haven't spoken on it.
No, you're coming.
But you give me a chance, Conor Gray, I beg you. Look, the hypocrisy is what killing Liberia. Hypocrisy. If you rail against this metric, you made it seem like it was Satan incarnate. It was the worst thing that Judge Riordan could have done. CTN, there was a campaign. It was a campaign. And then all of us on this audience and people on this platform and out there, there's no righteous indignation against METEC and CTN. There is no a coalition of forces, business community, civil society to say this is an infringement on the rights of the people of the country, and it's undermining the economy. So all we can do is sit on a platform and talk. That's all we can do. That's the limit. You can get vexed with me. When I was young, I would never put up for this. We would be at that free port over there, and we would put like 10,000 people in there to get MedTech out of this country and CTN. That's how you move a country peacefully. You think MedTech and CTN now don't have supporters within this administration, which is the Pepper Bush? They're getting monies from MedTech and CTN, and there's nothing that we can do, and we just fold our arms and we say that there's nothing that you can do about MedTech and CTN. You want to tell me that you don't have the power in you as Liberian citizens to demand it? Business community, Liberians who live in the diaspora, who sending their cars home. People say they send $3,000 car home, they pay $4,000, $5,000, and then that's all you can do is mouth. That's all you can do. This is shameless. You put Joseph Boyka in that position. You should be able to put some public pressure on him to do the things that were promised by the people. But you will come out here and make lame excuses for an administration that is not doing the right things that you all expected them to do. And then when I do, I'm the bad guy. You are the bad guys because you are hypocrites. You don't have any courage. You are scared. That's why MedTech and CTN, you know, they sent me a message from the MedTech woman one day that she wanted to talk to me. I just sent her one paragraph. I said, let her write a statement to me, one page, and show me the benefits to the Liberian economy. They never called me back. But I can't even call the names of those people who wanted me to start supporting CTN. You know me to be somebody to take money to support some guerrilla organization? You think I'm stupid? You think I get to this place living that kind of life because I've been using my influence to support bad things in Liberia? I beg you, man, let's just leave. They're not serious about MedTech and CTN leaving, man. They will never leave. They will just be there forever. Let them stay. Because you don't have the guts and the courage to move them.
I mean, my argument is not to.
But I beg you, we'll come to you. I beg you, let's hear from Conor Gray. Are you going to close on this MedTech thing, Mame? Let's hear from Conor Gray and Clinton. We're begging you because we got 17 minutes left. Conor Gray.
You know, Stanton, MedTech, CTN, they're bad for Liberia. They're bad, extremely bad. How do I know? The Unity Party told me so. That was a campaign theme. And the reason why it continues to be a plague on the country is because they knew it was bad. Suddenly will not be good today because they are there. They knew it was bad because before MedTech, CTN, our port authority, the free port of Monrovia, in particular, I'm not talking about the other ports, was a gateway to our economy, Dr. Buckler. Everybody shipped their goods there because you know what? It was so simple, and our economy was by then, because of that free port, I could say our economy, the US dollar to Liberian dollar was at one point it was 1-to-1. The highest it went was 2-to-1. So how glorious those days were. And this government saw that prior to coming to power, that was a bad thing. What suddenly changed? And you know, if you identify the problem and you got there, you refuse to solve the problem, knowing the solution already, that when you get there, you are going to get rid of them, and you did not, it's going to be it's going to be a trouble. Definitely, that's why this government continues to suffer right now, because they know the problem, but they know the solution as well. They just won't apply to it because few individuals are benefiting. And that's exactly why government fail. When you fail to do the things that you identify as the wrong and you got there, you perpetuate those bad things, your government, the outcome will be bad. So I'm sorry. We can make all the noise here until we get rid of MedTech. We got rid of BVAC because we felt probably it was brought in by Taylor. Now we're in the driver's seat. You're going to have the same individual making noise when they are no longer there, that MedTech and CTN are bad. And you give them the power, they don't execute. When you talk, they think you're anti-government. Those people should go. Our port will be some of the glorious areas once more. Once we get rid of those kinds of institutions, because government should tell me why a simple operation as that, she can't foot it. She can take that kind of initiative and run with it instead of putting money in somebody else's pocket and few individuals who fleecing those kinds of processes for a country to just continue to remain stagnant. Government could take that up. Why is CTN doing that government can do? Or MedTech? What are they doing? I really want to know. They were not there before when the port was glorious. They came now. The port automatically has become this hell in the middle of nowhere. If you want to catch hard time, send item to the port of Monrovia. Man, that would be some of the last times you will ever think about sending goods there, because you know what? They will run you sometimes. That storage, they will compel you to run into a storage crisis. At the end of the day, you have to put hands in your pocket to pay more than even the value of the very goods you send into the country. So I think Unity Party knew the problem before they got there. They just have not acted because, hey, people come to power not for the people but for themselves. And those who think we will continue to support them because of that, they're wrong. They have the wrong idea. I will not support those kinds of things, Stanton.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. I think the last person here before Mohammed take us on this thing, saying he opened it, will be Clinton. And from there, I will say my own 2 cents. Then we'll end the show for today. I must send the information that I have. Again, we are saying that it's a major issue at the Ministry of Finance, Development, and Planning. They increase one of their contractors' amount for a kickback. I'm going to leave it like that, for a kickback, based on the fact that the thing that we have gone through it. Now, this was prior to, I'm hearing, and the information did. It was prior to Augustin Pay Gafwan, taking over as minister. It's very important that I speak to him first, then we can discuss this tomorrow. So again, trying to listen. The best I can do, I trust my Liberian people, but I will speak to Augustin Pay Gafwan first, and then I will share with the Liberian people. I don't want this to take him by surprise, or you didn't tell me. I have never tried him before with such an information. I'm here and I know he's listening. We'll speak to him. We tried the acting bank governor with some information we received. We send it to him. The next thing, he plays some kind of game with it. So I want to be very careful. I'm here on the phone. I'm saying it. Mommy know that. I received the information. I sent it to Samoa. The next thing, Samoa just went off and it was a dead case. So again, I want us to be on record. Those of you that share information with us, you are a true Liberian. We appreciate you. We do everything we can to protect you as a whistleblower. Again, we all fighting for the better Liberia. We want to speak to the minister and make sure that he addresses this issue. But for you to overprice for a kickback is a problem. And this too, the government should take immediate action. Clinton, let's hear you. And then I will move ahead to close this show because I know it's just after Christmas.
Look, I mean, we've been talking about MedTech and CTN for a while now. The government is not going to act, right? The government is not going to act because for the same reason, that it decided it would not order the NSA. The government, I agree, can agree. The government knew exactly. They read all the contracts before they came to power. They knew all the problems. They told us what the problems were. And then they came to power now and they can't add, they are talking about, but they read those agreements before. It's the same thing. They came now and they look and they say, somebody told them, say, look, this is the cash cow. Same way the president announced all the NSA and somebody told you, don't you know, that's where we send the $1 million that we want to do for different things. So, they took it, out of there. So we've been talking this thing over what they're not going to add. And I agree, Uncle Sam, a lot of these things that are happening because we are not seeing in recent years the kind of civil society, religious society that I realize the young people that I saw on Charles Taylor. We are not seeing that for a long time. We are not seeing the kind of student movement we've seen. We are not seeing um, real citizen actions for a long time now. And I have called even for this issue with the speaker remover. I've said that if the government's not going to act, when you're in a civilized society, the court is the last resort. You have problems and you go to court, and the court pass a resolution, and that's final. But when you live in a society where the court act and the government will not adhere to the rulings of the court, then it is incumbent upon the citizens to act. And we need mass citizens action across the country to force the government to act on these actions. And I agree, Uncle Sam. So, CT and MPN, wherever they are not going anywhere because there's people that are involved with these bad deals and they want them to continue. Right. So we need stronger opposition, stronger civil societies that has been missing in the country for a long time now.
All right, so let me say this while we close this show. I know we're coming to you, Mommy. The complaint came up, right? They wrote Double Jala. 3 letters went to Double Jala. Double Jala didn't reply. The 4th letter, Double Jala said, Mahena Isa, you go ask the executive mansion. So our sources share some information with us, and thank God people at LRA, they're trying to fight this thing. So folks on LRA share some document with us. Some of the document, they send a letter to James Double Jala, as you can see, Samoa, Samuel Steve Kwat, Samuel Kofi Woods, and they send it to all these different people. They sent it to them since November 19th. On MedTech, attachment, MTS Inspection Services Limited, letter dated November 19th. We have, listen, people at LRA, they are so angry. And thank God, I'm saying that because LRA got hundreds of thousands of people. They are angry. Between LRA and the port and MedTech, where you get Rogers, man, and the executive mansion, nobody can put foot. Nobody. You're not dare to say anything, Uncle Sam, because the big boss are back. If you touch one, you touch all. They were Double Jala. Double Jala said, Mahena Isa. This is Double Jala. Why are these people asking for this thing? Look at this other letter here. I hope this letter find you well. I am writing. This is at LRA. This letter at LRA. I know Double Jala will go crazy and say, I still don't get this. No problem. I'm ready to bring to your attention information reaching our office regarding MedTech. Arbitrary charges against input documents for goods FOB brought for processing. Exactly what we're talking about. 3-4 times different. Please open your mouth. I know your woman buying new microphone is good. Please, I beg you, mute your mouth. Listen to this, Dr. Bopler. This is bad for us. It is alleged that MedTech over the last few months has been arbitrarily charging consignees a fee of 1.2% FOB on goods. And when these charges are challenged and corrected by LRA, the difference paid is not restituted to the consignee by MedTech after the reduction action by LRA. You don't want to see all the other documents. You just don't want to. When we send people to force Double Jala say, but Mahena Isa. Samoa, Rogers. It's a whole cartel empire. I don't know if the president is informed, but who will inform the president? Now, let me put it that lead us up. The president has also informed the president that James Double Jara, Commissioner General, Commissioner Sasamora, the man at Central Bank that he brought on, he been there since Charlie Quintan. Honorable Samuel Stikwa, the man that dared to take Sylvester Graceway Place, and Mr. Samuel Kofi Woods, National Security Advisor. Are they informing the president? I want you to go home today, Uncle Sam, and think the reason why Medtech have taken a new dimension. So when you have Samuel Twe, he gone. You got somebody else. When you have Thomas Dona, no, you got Double Jala. My friend, that is same old, same old. Now let's go to the poor and say I've been in the legislature. Who fought on this thing? Amarakone. Oh, Darius DeLong, Yumli Kanka Lawrence. Who stepped on it and put out fake recommendation? Recommendation that they are not even abiding by. Fake. We have the recommendation from the Senate. Who respecting the recommendation? Nobody. It's on paper. They call it Vlad. Pocket it, they put it on paper and they put it down, that's it. You know, at some point you will cry for Liberia. You will cry for Liberia, you say, how did we get here? People in the executive mansion, they are tired. People at LRA, they are tired. How did we get here? The thing that we championed, the thing that we fought against. That's why I say, you know what was holding us? In the House of Representatives, Sonny O'Glendy. And the House of Representatives, Sonny going on, we get two speakers, we agree to have two speakers there. So we'll put it aside a little bit. And we'll come and dig into this government about what is happening. My fellow Liberians, there's a reason why we asked you to vote for Jose Yima Barker. 1 year done passed. Let's see what will happen in 5 days. We'll be in next year. If you send your goods to Liberia, they're overcharging you. They are. The money not going to the government. That extra money in between Mete and Double Jara there and people in the government that they own menstruative and immenstruative change right there. You deal and cover it right there. Don't ask me what it mean by menstruative and immenstruative. That what money change your turn. They deal and cover who? That is right there. That money between MedTech, LRA, and the executive mansion. The one that will come every Saturday evening and say, my man, meet us at the hotel over there, take your envelope and thank you. We are grateful that we have Spoon Talk to discuss this issue. If anybody know Mohammed Nasser from FIA, we really want to talk to him. We really want to hear from him. We do. It's an open invite to him. Double Jala, we want to hear from him. What do they know? And how can they save the state? Till we meet again tomorrow. 11 p.m. in Liberia. 12 p.m. in Liberia. 7 p.m. here. We're going to close the show on this note because some people get unfinished business to go. And one day after Christmas, but we got to go finish what we started from yesterday.
We got to close now, Snedo.
Okay, what are you laughing for?
Yeah, that's cool.
No, we're going to close. Everybody got to tell us. Dr. Bobla, you in Liberia. You go first, Dr. Bobla. Dr. Bobla, waiting for you.
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, anytime we can raise the issues that affect the nation and offer solutions, even when we disagree, we're doing a national service. So we need to continue to do that. We stay constructive in our criticism, offer solutions, and it's going to be a day at a time, a conversation at a time, a show at a time. Tonight, I think we added to that. Let's continue to find solutions. It's easier to break down, it's hard to build up. easier to criticize, it's hard to contribute. But as long as we can balance that, criticize and then contribute, offer solution. And I think over time we'll get better. So, keep our foot on the pedal. You do your own, I do my own, and we keep raising our voices and challenging our leaders to do better. I want to say in closing, though, that the lawmakers were quick to vote to appropriate $1.8 million for repairing the Capitol. I hope they can make that a contingency bill. Contingency meaning you will open the university and whatever resources that you allocate for that before you do that. So contingency. So before you do this, you will do that. I want to challenge the lawmakers to do so, even as the UL looks for an overhaul, a whole cultural shift that can make that university a great place for all Liberians who are seeking higher ed. Good show. Good night, everybody from Magibi, Liberia, and God bless our efforts as we try to help our nation.
Dr. Bobla, thank you very much. How was the program, Dr. Bobla? Oh, it's not yet, right?
Which program?
The program that you sent me invitation to.
Hey, my man.
Oh, I forget. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, Dr. Bobla. I didn't know that.
Good night, man. You're a chief instigator. Look at your invitation.
Good night. Okay, so let's hear you. I know it's late at your end.
Yes, it's okay. What time it is here? It's this is just about 2 o'clock in the morning here in Southern
Very
Africa.
strong.
Huh?
I said about very
Yeah,
strong.
very strong. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Well, I do it for all of us. This is something that I'm passionate about. I really appreciate you guys. I love all of you guys. We may disagree, but we have one common interest out. And look at Paul, wife went and bought him a microphone. My wife basically knows that if I don't come on Spoon, I'll be a grumpy old man. So she allows me to come on Spoon. But look, we need to do something about Liberian economic empowerment, and MedTech and CTN. Those two companies there, they go against the grain of empowering your own people. It's not rocket science to do destination inspection. Every commodity or product in the world has an SIC classification. You can basically, even on a spreadsheet, you can put it in there and you can do the calculation of the duty and the ECOWAS levy and all of that, And you give it to Lebanese, you give it to a Freetown girl, and they're making all this money. If you're smart enough, say you can finance your whole political party by giving it to somebody who's Liberian, who's attached to you, and they can finance your party out of that. That's what smart people do. Your party headquarters is overgrown by brushes. You don't even have enough money to keep a staff there. The last time I was there was looking like raggedy. And here you are giving monies to a Freetown guy. No offense, those are our neighbors. But they would never do that for you. Ghanaians would never do that for you. Guineans would never do that for you. To give a Liberian national a contract to make millions of dollars? Look, something is wrong with us, man. This is not normal. This cannot be normal, Paul Kennedy. This just Dwalo, devil dog. This is not normal. Follow you listening? Sleeping. You listening? Okay. So is this normal to give a contract to a Lebanese and a Sierra Leonean company to take millions of dollars? And guess what? Mommy, I don't know if you know this, but the MedTech people are getting permits because they'll be building an office. You heard that? They're supposed to be building an office. So what they're saying is that they're making this arrangement permanent in your political economy, where it will be almost impossible to dislodge them because they have an office that will be what? Excuse just like these people are too much invested in here and they should stay here. So that my grandchildren will be shipping cars and paint to metal. Leave your man. See you later. You have a good night. Love you guys. All right.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. Good to have you. Yes, Glendy, you go now.
Great show. It's always good to come in and be able to have an opportunity to talk about Liberia. We would hope that some of the things that we continue to talk about, that there were some changes to them so that we can move on to other issues. We also hope that us being here is just not for no reason. Even if it's the least of creating awareness for change, if that happens, that would be even more monumental, that the government will hear some of these things and make some significant changes, because we're here every day. Some of these things we've been talking about it for more than 6 months, and it continues to exist. So we just hope that President Boyka, the people in the government, people that watch Spoon, and they'll listen to some of these things and they'll have a change of direction or a sense of purpose to make a difference in some of these issues. But what can we say? And one thing I think I admire also is that even though we keep talking about some of these issues like the medtech, we don't get tired when it comes up again. We continue to talk about it again. We keep talking about it. So it's almost like we are persistent on wanting change for our country and wanting a better country. And so that's what it takes, that we will not relent in our persistence for them to make a difference. We'll continue to talk about these things, and we can only hope that the government will hear it and do something about it. But it was great being here, and seasoned greetings to everyone as we continue to focus on the issues that concerns us the most, and that is to be a part of the discussion in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, Glendy. It's good having you. Conor Gray. We'll go to our brother Eduardo.
Well, Stanton, great show today. I think in probably next year's budget, or even this budget that was just passed, understand provision was made for the burning down of the structure that houses the legislature that fast, and they've already begun to find a way to renovate that building, because in the minds of some that is so important to do, because that's the epic center of our politics. But right across the street is the University of Liberia that's laid in ruins for years. They pass, they go to the House of Legislature, they see it, water dripping everywhere, the roofs are leaking, extremely dilapidated. And when visitors come and they go into the House of Rep or the legislature, they say, what structure is that? It says the University of Liberia. I know our strangers, they will just bow their head down and say, that tells you the education level of our country. We used to say the university is the microcosm of our society. In other words, it's ingrained in the system, in the psyche of the country. And if you don't take care of it, it tells what type of people we are in terms of education. And now, in that state of ruin, it's even closed. That used to be business as usual before the war. One thought that fast forward in a day like today, where education and skill, searching for skill is so important to the advancement of a country. Yet we closing the arena that's supposed to put out people with skills. That says like exactly what type of country we are, where we headed. We're headed as a country with no head. And I can tell you, we have to be able to nip this in the bud once and for all. And for a country, for a president like Boakai, you can say Mr. Ware was not educated, or he's not as educated as you think, but I think the fact that he moved to even provide free education shows that he had good, good intention than the guy who's keeping it closed. I mean, sorry to say that. In no uncertain time, would that not be a priority under President Bwaka if that was meaningful? The guy who is educated provided free education, in as much as it was not timely. Come on, man. So in every fair, it seems as though Joe is trying to send a better message. I mean, he lost an election. He conceded right away. You got there. You ravaged the House of Legislature. A matter of fact, you ruined your rule of law as an agenda on your arrest policy. And I mean, a lot of things we can write history in other ways as well. It's not going to be all about the glorious heydays of President Baka winning the election. We can write history in another way too. That just tells you. But in terms of our port, unless we get those low-hanging fruits, they're low because government itself can undertake some of these kinds of initiative as opposed to outsourcing them. But that gives me a different inclination about privatizing some of these government agencies. Because if that is how they're going to run them, then definitely we're heading into a politburo or communist state where everything is about the government and the people get nothing. But even those kinds of governmental structure, it's all about social movement. In other words, they exist for the people. But we are a democracy. We are for, by, and off. So therefore, the people must be the target, the priority. When we don't do that, then there's no need for government. If President Barker needs to recognize that the only reason why he was elected was to cater to the well-being of our people. Hope he thinks about that. Thank you so much, Stanton.
Colonel Grant, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Dr. Duado, please, Mr. Duado.
Yeah, I'm Dr. To the audience, man, to the panelists, yeah, thank you so much. It was a great show today. Mr. President, Honorable Boakai, one of the worst things that you would do for this country is to give a lesser prepared man in the person of George Weah, making him believe that he can come back to government because of your failures. This would be one of the worst things you can do for this country. The reason why we rather your case every single chance we get because we know you have it within you to change this country. You cannot give lesser men hope that they can come back to power to govern us because of the decision you're making. I want to say this. Don't let nobody fool you. If any entity in Liberia gets a contract with our government and that contract came into reality on other than proper structure that is allowed by government, that contract can be discontinued. CT&DO is not set in stone, nor is MedTech. If they are doing something, or if that contract was organized in a way that is outside the confines of the law, you can revisit that and discontinue the contract. Uncle Sen said this, why aren't we becoming millionaires in our own country? Why would we? There is nothing these boys are doing that we cannot do ourselves. Why do we always frown on us? Let me tell you something. To develop a society, there must be homegrown millionaires that can invest in their own country. In their own country. We got to grow Liberian millionaires. I say this all the time here. People say, oh, Dwala don't say this. Let me tell you what Glady just said. Look, sometimes I read it where people will say, yeah, you be talking, you'll get tired talking. We cannot get tired talking about this country. I'd rather us jaw than we buy Kalashnikovs and once again destroy our country. Let me tell you something. If you think we're not moving the needle, you're wrong. The more we talk about this issue, sometimes the guys that are in power, they will go home, they will think about it and say, oh, what the thing mommy said, yeah, that begin damn frisky. But you know what? It gets sense inside. That's small. There was a period in our country where we never talked about anything. Nothing was spoken about. The mere fact that we can come on this network, even though sometimes I'm not for the insulting in the thread, but when you say some stuff in the thread, it makes us adjust our position because you're saying the truth. And we have to push for this. Constantly, we cannot get tired about this country. Honorable Bwakai, I will go back to the awesome responsibility that has been bequeathed unto you, sir. You can't take this lightly. We, for nights, sometimes 8 hours on this very network. I refuse a job. I said, if I cannot work from home, I will not take your job because I wanted to be here 24/7. Instead, to myself, will come here 2 hours early. We'll sit down for hours, sometimes 6, 7 hours, because we knew and we felt that if Honorable Bwaka came to power, he told me this person, this is what he said, and I will quote the president verbatim. He said, "Wadu, my son, let me say this to you. Your fight to bring me to power, I will set a foundation. Upon that foundation, you guys are going to build, and we're going to build a viable system." It brought tears to my eyes because I felt that we needed this transformation. How can we go back to our people and we tell them that the promises that were made to them, that we cannot deliver on those promises? Because, look, you cannot be quiet about leadership. Leadership is not quiet. Leadership is targeted. Leadership is direct. Leadership produces results. Leadership does not care about how it makes somebody feels, especially if that person is hurting the society at large. We got to change this country. You know, a girl sent me a post today. She said, "Oh, Opa, so you won't tell me, say, like, bro, be the other die?" I thought about it for a long time. Let me ask the question to the leadership. Is this how we're going to leave Liberia before we leave this planet? Or are we going to build a better society to leave to our children? The question is in your court. We're not here for a long time, gentlemen and ladies. Let's build a foundation. Let's build a proper country. If you want to make more money, just build the infrastructure and build a better society and see if you don't make millions of dollars in your own country. You cannot make it through government. It must be developed through the private sector. Once again, to the audience, thank you plenty. Stanton.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and so let's see whether Clinton or Mambe, who want to go first, who want to take the last shot.
I want to go first because when Dwalu's talking, you sure they hit some nerves. So it's important we go. Look, Mr. Dwalu.
How only you get nerve, yeah? You don't want to get nerve that they can hit. Man, leave people alone, yeah.
The thing is, Dwalu them fought around here, they brought President Bwaka to power. And the promise a lot to the Liberian people. It's evident that in the first year they're feeling miserably. And instead of addressing the issues head on, he finds characterization of President Weah, the lesser man. Well, Mr. Dwalu, this lesser man knew better, like Colonel E. Remy Gray said, to offer free education. On the contrary, the guy who's not lesser, yeah, he is. The University of Liberia is closed under him, right? This lesser man was connecting roads across the country. Look, address the inadequacy in your president, address the ineptitude of this government, address the corruption, address all the insecurities in the government, and just leave President Weah out of it. Look, President Weah lost election. He called, he conceded, he's been moving about his business, he's working on building his party. You are the ones who tearing everything apart. You are there, you have President Bwaka and executive recognizing the illegal removal of a speaker, but you are focused on calling President Weah less of it, my friend. Let's move on. Look, the truth is, the president lied to you. There was no interest. So you get more time. They say you were crying, you put tears to your eye. You get more tears to come to your eyes. Because this first year, it was just warming up. Next year.
I told you shouldn't have brought Clinton on this show, Dwadu. You didn't listen.
Next year it will be worse. So that's my closing.
Thank you, Mommy.
The country was rescued. We talked a lot of things. We cover boundaries. I will speak to some of those areas. President Bwaka, your action should precede your words when it comes to the fight against corruption. It's not about word. Now your word is being misinterpreted all around. But your action can never be misinterpreted. When people take government resources and you persecute them, people will see the action. So on the whole thing about your statement that you made, the executive mansion clarified, but at this point going forward, we want more action than words. The country was rescued. It is the recovery process that we own. Liberians, I can tell you, your country was rescued. No day will you ever see in Liberia recent history that over 100 million worth of drugs, that drugs laws sitting somewhere will imagine that they can bring 100 million worth of drugs in your country and use it as an epic center for the distribution of drugs in West Africa? They will never think like that in their life because your country was rescued. People in leadership who were connecting drug laws to make Liberia the epic center of drugs are no longer in leadership. Your country was rescued from being burned as a drug law. The effect of taking Zogos from the street, that's the recovery process. The effect of having young people on the street affected by drugs, that's the recovery process. But yes, the country was rescued. No longer will you ever imagine that drug laws will see Liberia as a destination and bring 100 million worth of drugs, and our court will free them and even pay them to go. So your country was rescued. We condemn the issue happening to the University of Liberia. We maintain our position on that. I'm not here advocating for the cancellation of METEC or CTN. I posted it in the chat room. Sam Jackson agreed. His issue is he wants Liberians to provide the service. Pico. Remy Gray said Liberian can do it. Pico. The point I don't want to send across is that the services they are providing are useless. That's not my message. Because destination inspection is an international requirement. It's an international trade requirement. Liberia have to meet those requirements to be able to import and export goods from this country. So yes, we have fundamental problem with the agreement. And everything we said during the campaign, we establish them. We are only disappointed that we are not correcting them. We established that METEC did not go through PPCC. That's why we're alarming. We established that METEC lied, that the facility they claim they had were not their facility to demonstrate their capacity. We established that. We also established that the account that was established in the contract to be depositing government resources, the LRA asked METEC to deposit the money into a new account. We established that. So yes, the service is required. What we are calling for is the contract should be reviewed so that Liberian benefit better share, they provide better services to our people, and gradually in the long term, we can do away with third party and either government can take over the provision of those services. But I don't say cancel METEC, cancel CTN. Those are my statements. The country was rescued. The recovery process is taking longer than we expected. President Bouaka, take action. We now need voice.
Thank you. You close, right, Paul? No, please close, Paul, please. I thought you did, please.
Thank you. And I will do something differently. So since everybody is focusing on METEC and corruption, I will go to where my heart leads. Senator, please permit me to just highlight. I live in a state called Maryland with a population of 6.2 million people. I come from a country called Liberia with a population of 4.5 million people. In Maryland, the economy here focuses on, I'm getting a...
I think that's from you.
No, it's not. It's not from me. In Maryland, the economy focused on industry, including biotechnology, defense, and tourism, whereas in Liberia, the economy there focuses on mining. Maryland has about 55 universities and colleges, and at least 30 of the 55 universities and colleges are public owned. It's owned by government. And I try to draw this comparison so that you see how Maryland is not bigger than Liberia, far beyond in size. I mean, it's just maybe about 700,000 people that are more. But look at what they are focused in. They are in service industry. They build their human capacity. Their human capacity brings money to them. They're in biotechnology. They are fixing anything biomedical. They are fixing anything in the industry of biotechnology. But then they're also in defense mechanism. They are in cyber technology and whatsoever. But look at where we are. We are in mining. So the little gold and diamond that God gave us is what we're exploiting, and the money we're taking out of it is not even benefiting us. Somebody was reading a report of how Beer Martin took about $630 million worth of gold outside of Liberia in 2023 alone. But we have this University of Liberia that has been closed for, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. We really need to find out how long the University of Liberia has been closed. The best minds of our country were developed, most of the best minds of our country were developed at the University of Liberia. Imagine this University of Liberia being closed with no plan of reopening it in the immediate short term. And then we're sitting there and expecting our country to transform overnight to become this heaven and paradise on earth. But one thing we're not paying attention to is the human resource capacity development of our country. I graduated from Western, and I'm glad that my brother Stanton here went to the same school. But because of the foundation we had coming into Western, I can compete with anyone who graduated during our time from St. Patrick, from CWA, from any other school in Liberia. Not many of our colleagues who are going to the University of Liberia today can verge of that, can say, I'm standing prepared to combat students from any university around the world. Liberia, I think it is time for us to pay keen attention to drawing and providing strong light on our educational system. And I'll be suggesting, though, if it's not a recommendation, that the board of director, whatever the leadership of the university is, call the CSA director to a meeting, because our country needs a human resource strategic plan that can actually lay out in the next 5 to 10 years. We want to develop human capacity in this area. And then the director of CSA, who is the human resource manager of the entire country, can sit down and say, listen, let's help to enforce the curriculum of the various university so that it trains people to graduate in these areas. Most of our students graduate and they're coming with bachelor degree in management, bachelor degree in economics, bachelor degree in accounting, and they're not getting jobs. How are we strategically informing their direction to where they come to school and graduate so that they can be applicable in the job market? So these are the kind of things Dr. Propler really needs to work on. I think we can, provide any support where it is necessary in curriculum development, in working to develop a human resource strategic plan for the country, so that we don't have people graduating who never make it to the job market in a country that has a very low, a high unemployment rate. It really takes my heart to know that the University of Liberia has been closed, and up to this moment, there is no plan to open it anytime soon. I thought it was a good show, and I'm really privileged to always be on the set with all of you guys. I'm loving you with my new microphone. I know Stanton wanted it, but he can't get it. And he said, talking cheap politics, how I was smoking cigar, and he come and put my cigar picture up. I don't care. I got my thing. And it's
Where's your microphone? Yeah, Sweetwater. Is it a brand Sweetwater?
No, it's called Rode. RODE.
Oh, the Rode. Okay.
Yeah.
So I really don't want to.
It's a USB, so that's all right.
I really don't want to discourage you. I appreciate your wife for going all out and spending her $5 on 5 and below to get you that microphone. It's right at 5 and below. You know what 5 and below is down the street. It's like the dollar store.
You want the thing. You want the thing.
It's a good thing. I want to say thanks to Dr. Beauclerc, thanks to Mohammed, to Glendy, Dr. Richardson, Conor Gray, our brother Governor Clinton, Sam Jackson, Mr. Eduardo Aziva couldn't make it today because he had internet problem. I want to say thanks to every one of you that joined us. It was a good show. It's a good show for the University of Liberia. They had 3 folks that brought the names over to the president, and they're waiting for the president to make a decision. One of the 3 individuals, the former agriculture minister, Honorable Moses Zina. I think that was his position then. But again, people are mad about this Moses Zena. He was the same old. Why are you guys trying to recycle these guys? I mean, it's not good, man. The whole structure, like Dr. Bopler said about the University of Liberia, are you going to bring Moses Zena in again? I mean, Mama, you know Moses Zena.
But that why you didn't apply that?
People are saying, good folks, man, with that, I mean, Mama asking you, but you're going to bring Moses Zena in? Why we can bring in a new head? Why we can bring in somebody with innovation spirit? Why can't we bring in somebody that know the international community, that will bring in resources and just don't depend on the government 33
Okay,
million
you need
dollars?
a party man.
Yeah, but again, can we do this outside of party line? I mean, everything is about because the university should be unity party too. But I mean, the name Moses is not scaring the heck out of people as though it will be another mess up operation. I want to say,
Stanton, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Why
sir.
can't they do a global search? Why can't they do a global search?
Unity Party, that global party, they did, and they found that person right in Monrovia. That's the only global search. Uncle say, let me do my closing. We gotta go. Uncle say, we gotta go. Let me say this. It is painful, folks. We come here every day and we say, we continue to say it though. But we say with respect. We say because we did a reform. 5 days to the new year, 2025. What has changed for you? You tell us, what have changed for you? President Barga spent the new year, he'll be back tomorrow or back today or whatever it is, in Lofa County, meeting Sir Joseph, meeting Steve Zago, Thomas Fala, Jeremiah Kuhn. Are you thinking about the new collaboration the president is establishing now? Are you thinking that if you're CDC, so man, maybe Lofa gone with Sir Joseph and Thomas Fala and President Barka, Lofa gone. What about Nimba? Nimba, Sanakoga, Nimba, Jeremiah Kuhn, Nimba. Or how you call this other individual, the other senator, Yan Twine, Nimba. Is Nimba gone from the playbook of CDC? CDC begin to get afraid. They're scared like hell. But this is what will happen. Joseph Barker must deliver for the Liberian people. You can have all and your 50 million added for election. I will point you to one individual, George Manaway. He had everything, and the people rejected him. He had 50 million. He had all the collaboration, the Congress, the Democratic for Congress, whatsoever. The people rejected him. America rejected him. The Liberian people rejected him. Are we following the same path? May God save our state. May God bless you. Come again tomorrow. We'll have a beautiful show for you. Till we meet again, have a good night. Bye-bye, guys. Glenny, go back and go eat now. I know you're hungry. Nelson, you want to come on? Dr. Bopler, thank you. Mr. Dwalu, thank you. Conor Gray, as always. What kind of shirt you got on there? Are you extra large? Is that extra large shirt you got?
Extra large, man. Extra large. My wife got it for me for Christmas.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
No, but I'm thinking though. I want to get big. What can I do to get big? I want to be bigger than you, or.
I'm not that big. I weigh 220 pounds, but I'm a little fat. Trying to lose some weight.
Well, I want to get bigger than Don Fadiga. What can I do to get bigger than Fadiga?
Consistently do push-up.
Fadiga push-up.
do incline push-up.
Fadiga, that's enough Fadiga, man. Fadiga not do push-up.
Yeah, well, I told Gideon, something like how you looking. I've been trying to lose some weight, but it's hard, my man.
Oh man, but it's good having you guys, man, as always.
I'll see how the Christmas, my man.
Yes, sir. The Christmas is good.
Thank God.
Nelson, what did you do for Christmas?
But we want to be grateful to everybody that contributed for the rest.
Yeah,
a lot of people send their appreciation. Everybody that contributed, we are so blessed, and we say thank you to all. Representative Nathan from Rhode Island. Representative Nathan from Rhode Island. Dr. Nimini, Thomas Nimini, You talk about George Calando. You talk about the UP group, UP Canada, USA, send a contribution. And so many of you, the Fuller Progressive Union, send a contribution. You talk about Sir Joseph, you talk about Snow, send his contribution. I mean, everybody, man. I want to say it was good. I mean, the total, if you put the money and everything, almost $25,000 was spent on this contribution, 1,200 and some more back already. So we said, thank you, man. I mean, I'm humble. The network is so proud. And we said, thank you. A lot of people receive and a lot more are blessed. So we say thank you for your contribution, every one of you.
That is
Nelson,
great. I heard
yep.
it's snowing up there, so it's snowing
It's
up
snowing
there.
where? Minnesota?
Hey man, Minnesota.
What's that?
No, no snow today, but maybe up north, maybe further north.
Minnesota. What's that?
Minnesota, you choose the quota, meaning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How did
it say? It was snowing here too, but it's snow stopped, and
Yeah,
now
it's
the
stopped.
weather was pretty good today.
Yeah.
I mean, you're good now. I gotta go eat my cold food from yesterday.
Good for you. Go enjoy
Yeah.
yourself.
Have a good night. Nelson, thank you very much for taking over. I mean, the wonderful Christmas. I believe you have fun, right?
Yeah, Christmas was
Yeah. Bobby Zina White, thank you very much for your contribution. Your contribution helped a lot of people. They had something to eat this Christmas, and we say thank you, Bobby. I want to say thank you to Ellen Johnson. Ellen L. Johnson, thank you for your contribution. You were able to help somebody. All those of you that contributed, man, I'm proud, I'm humble, and thank you for believing in this network. Philip Bala, we didn't see your contribution, but I know it's coming. I'm so happy, I'm so humble that people can listen to the crowd of the network and they can contribute that somebody went home with a bag of rice. Amen. Eleanor Akigbi, I mean, we say thank you to all of you that just even think about it and say, I will contribute. We appreciate you guys a lot. Seriously, this is not about politics, it's just about giving back. And somebody, somewhere in Swakoko, you know, today, let me announce this. It was a day I think the tanker, right? It was a tango day, right? That killed people, right, Nelson?
Yeah.
You remember the tango in Bon County? That's am I correct? Help me, I'm trying to remember. It was today, right?
I'm not really exact on the date.
Yeah, it was today. It was December 26, 2023 in Totota, which claims so many innocent lives. The pain of these laws is carry the bodies and sons of the daughters and brothers and sisters and father, returning them to their grieving families. It is with it. Oh, this is from Women Bridge Mensa. She said, it is with a deeply sorrowful heart that I write, remembering our most recent dark past, the tragic loss of the gas tanker explosion on December 26th. It was today, and they had a memorial service today for those people that died. If you remember, the tango exploded and people died. JFK was fine. It was
I'm
today.
already seeing videos and everything online.
Yeah, it was today from last year. So we remember them, and we said thanks to all those heroes that came along and helped. And, you know, the president went there at the time. It was the president-elect at the time, and he made some contribution. Again, we want to remember you guys, and I think it's a good thing. I think Mama want to say something. I missed a call. I think she was calling for this. Let's see if we can get the representative, Mama Bridge Mensa, if she's not sleeping, because she quit to go to bed, you know.
I remember JFK was crowded.
Yeah, it was today. It was today. So let's see if we can get Mama. Come on, Representative Mama. Let's talk about this. If she's not busy. It's ringing once, ringing twice. Representative Mensa, you are live on Spoon.
How are you, Santana? How you doing?
Can you speak? Can you speak into the phone, please? You're not talking to me, or you live on Spoon.
Sorry, I'm finished church, that's why I'm in service. So I said, good morning, everybody, because it's after 12 already. My voice, I have poor quality of my voice. You know, the day I've been hectic today.
Yeah.
It's good to be on Spoon, and I know the Spoon family also stood by us in all of our trials, making awareness and also sympathizing with us. And to all of the people that identify with all the president, the speaker at that time, Speaker Kofa, and the rest of the team, we appreciate you all. Speaker Belfort Chimo, the former speaker, and everybody in the way that came up to us. We say thank you. Today we've been on memorial service all day, but it's not the national one. It was a grievance and ethics committee that decided to do their own program because they've been having few issues with few reports. So we could not do the one we needed to do until we get all of those reports set up. So thank you for reaching out to us. We appreciate it. And we are staying in service because we plan to stay until the next day. So we stay at the pastor is preaching now.
Okay.
When you call.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sorry that I interrupted the service. Again, we remember your district, the entire Bon County and Liberia. That indeed it was this bad day last year. This time people died, and again, want to say our sympathy to the family. Thank you very much for taking our call, Representative Mama.
And thank you to the school family for always being there for us. Thank you and have a blessed one.
You too.
Merry Christmas to you all.
And thank you personally again, and want to say our sympathy for the loss of your mother-in-law.
And thank you, sponsor, for the district, for the photo bags of registration for your citizen. We're able to distribute it to a few pastors. We appreciate it a lot. Thanks for always giving back to Liberia. This is the only country we have, and all we can do is reach out to our people in town like this, especially when they cannot afford it.
You're welcome, Representative Mensah. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, so that's it, Nelson. It was today, the same time last year. It was today. I want to be so, it was a very heavy time for Liberians.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And I remember how relatives were in tears, family members taking their loved ones to the JFK. Some of the nearby health facilities were overwhelmed, and yeah, it was a sad one for the entire country. But it's a good thing that some of the family members gradually are getting over the situation. Gradually, they
Yeah,
are being.
it was very painful, Nelson. I mean, and one thing I want to say to all, man, let's just keep the faith. Let's continue to trust, and this too shall pass, Nelson.
Yeah.
Are you on tomorrow, Nelson? Or are you off tomorrow?
No, I'm off tomorrow, but I'll be taking over. Yeah, I'll be coming on at the end of the show.
Tomorrow is what? Tomorrow Thursday, right?
No, tomorrow is Friday.
Tomorrow Friday. Okay. You see, I must say I'm forgetting like the President Walker. No man me, I'm forgetting. So that's not.
So in Liberia, already in Friday in Liberia now, but yeah.
But yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. You're right.
Yeah.
I ate some jollof rice yesterday though. The food. Well, what did you eat yesterday?
I ate palm butter. Yeah.
Nelson, I have not eaten palm butter for a long time. Now you remind me, I think I gotta get palm butter with some kiss made. I have not eaten palm butter for a very long time, Nelson. Seriously. And I think I gotta try it. But again, I mean, thank God that you enjoy your palm butter. We ate, we had salad, we had every little of everything. Then we watched Moses. And watch the Bible stories of Moses coming out of Egypt. I and the kids and my wife, we watched that. And my son was just zoomed into it. Man, it was interesting. And we were watching it, but then I was explaining the story again. My daughter is in the stretch basically. Both of them and my son, they know the story. So we would explain the story when Moses met his wife Zipporah, when Zipporah's father, Moses left Ramsey, that's his name, Ramsey, and his brother, and they were being so brotherly, but he had to leave because the calling of God. He led the children of Israel out of Egypt. And the last thing that was so touching when the angel said, when God said, when the angel see the blood, he will pass over. And they put the blood on every doorpost, on every doorpost, on every doorpost. And the angel of death came. And on the side of the Egyptians, you hear that they were crying because the firstborn child, the children were dying. And on the side, and you could find the peace and calmness on the side of the children of God. And God led them out of Egypt. God used Moses, and he led them out of Egypt. Though the king was stubborn, the king was very stubborn. But God used Moses, and he led them out. In Liberia, you have some stubborn politicians. But either you listen to God or you die in the process. Because as far as the children of Israel were taken through the Red Sea, Pharaoh at the time said, I'm going to go in the Red Sea too. But yes, the message though, the grace was for the children of Israel and not for the Egyptians. So the children of Israel were able to go through the Red Sea. And when Pharaoh came with the chariots and horses, they got stuck. And the water came and consumed them. So politicians in Liberia think that it's okay, they can steal, it's okay, they can lie, it's okay, they can enrich themselves and the people suffer. Trust me, man.
Yeah.
People grace and not your grace. You will be stuck and you'll be consumed. And that's what happened. Because God is using young men and women of good heart that will come and redeem the Liberian people. You can be happy today. You can have all your security and all your chariots and all your cars and all your and all your money here and there. But trust me, God is preparing somebody to come and redeem the people. And when I watched that movie yesterday and explained to my children, it was setting, man. And the children of Israel went through the desert and through everything. And when they looked back, they saw Pharaoh coming. And everything, the horses, the chariot running towards them. God was just watching. God was just looking. And God said, at the appointed time, you'll remember those days no more. Nelson, at the appointed time, Liberians will enjoy. They will celebrate the goodness of the land. They will enjoy that milk and honey. At the appointed time, Nelson, people will be so happy to be in Liberia. They will celebrate that when you work, you will work for the good pay. Your children will be attending good schools. Nelson, you will eat good food. Your hospital will be hospital of research. The university will be a place that people around the region will want to go like old days. Yes, indeed, we will enjoy. We'll enjoy before we leave this earth. And God will find that person to make Liberia better. So, Merry Christmas again. We pray for a prosperous, happy New Year. And we pray that God, on that day, Liberian will sit back and sit by the river of Babylon. Jason, you don't know that song, right?
I think I know a little bit of the song.
No, that's it, man.
Yeah. But
No, Nelson, you don't know that song. By the river of Babylon. Dun, 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 dun.
I told you I
Dun,
know.
dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. So, Nelson, check on YouTube. You'll find it. Have a good night. I got to go and eat. We'll be back here tomorrow with more good news, good story, and the way forward for our country. And we always stay together to contribute. Have a good night, Nelson.
Yes, sir. You too.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay. Well, folks, thank you for being here again tonight. We appreciate all of you for joining us here as always, for taking up your time watching Spoon Talk. We appreciate you for joining us via radio as well. Many thanks to our audience across Liberia who join us here every night on the different radio stations across the country, whether in the Bombing County, Trust FM in Bon County, Premier FM, or Trend Radio in Grand Crew. A lot of you join us from Nimba County as well. Radio Yalaman in Seclepie. We appreciate the team there. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakatamba, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Many thanks to our folks online. As you know, we are always streaming live across the internet. We're live on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. So in case you haven't subscribe to our YouTube yet, please try to do so. Just go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and you will catch us there. And we're also live on Facebook. Our Facebook handles are Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. So if you have been here joining us via Fabric TV, Super TV, Spoon TV, or on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you for always being here. Bill Kazan, Mr. Kazan, thanks for joining us tonight. Woodland Shilu, Sai Johnson, Grebo Ajivan, that's Abraham Nation. Thanks to all of you for being here tonight. Moses Momolu, Abraham Dunar. We appreciate all of you for your contribution always. Per Kimber, Mother Kimber, thanks for being here tonight. Ruth Kobama, Ruth, we appreciate you as always for joining us. And I see Clarence Benson, Mr. Benson, thanks for being here tonight as well. Just before we go, let's do a special birthday greeting here. Let's see if we can do this one. But I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight, as always. Thanks for your input. Thanks for coming on. Your engagement in the comment section is something we appreciate a whole lot. And thanks for always doing that. And we appreciate all of you for being on tonight. So let me do a special birthday greeting here. That's for you, Edwina Lynch, and your family, your mom, your dad, and the entire family. They're wishing you a special birthday today. It says, and they have a message for you. They wrote, it says, "Happy birthday to our precious daughter, Edwina Lynch. You are becoming such a remarkable young woman. And keep chasing your dreams with passion and courage. You're always here. We are always here to support you, watching you grow into such a kind, strong, intelligent, and brilliant young woman. Feel fills our hearts with immense pride. We love you more than words can say, and we can't wait to see what amazing things you achieve in the years ahead. May your day be filled with joy, laughter, and all your favorite things." It's from your mom, your mom and your dad, Edwin and Wilhelmina Nosh Lynch Pratt. That's Blessed Pratt, your aunt Irene, and the rest of your family across the world. They wish you a happy birthday, Edwina, as you celebrate your natal day today. And yes, that's how we like to end up tonight. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Lin Lakpo, one of the ardent followers of the show, is celebrating his birthday as well. Lin, you didn't send me photo now. But we wish you all the best, Lin Lakpo, as you celebrate your birthday today. I wish I had a photo from you, Lin. But all the best as you celebrate your birthday today as well, Lin Lakpo. And to everyone celebrating birthdays today, happy birthday to you. Till we come your way again, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette coming up shortly. It's a late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us. Until then, bye-bye for now.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in life.